region. There is also inadequate surveillance and enforcement mechanisms leading to the market disruption and potential health risk to consumers. Furthermore, poor infrastructure from grain handling, including underutilized mobile dryers that the government purchased due to lack of supporting services. Most farmers are required to take their crops to a specific place to go and have it dried, when many of them cannot afford the transportation. Honorable Speaker, finally, with regard to the commercialization of government land to allow the increase of production of cereals in Kenya, there is lack of clear guidelines for accessing these parcels of land. The current practice is for farmers to be able to lease the land annually. Annual arrangements does not work for farmers because then they lack the incentive to put in investment to sustain soil regenerative processes. The situation calls for urgent attention to establish long-term leasing arrangements that would promote the sustainable farming practices. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock addressing the following. 1, measures being taken to ensure miller compliance with the local wheat purchase program and enforcement of the agreed minimum sector. We also want to know a plan to establish fair pricing mechanisms for locally produced grain, including strategies for enhancing post-harvest management and securing the best prices for the locally produced grains in order to allow them to compete with the imported ones. The specific plans and timelines for implementing clear guidelines for the land commercialization initiative, particularly regarding access to arable farmland. And 7 and 8, measures being considered to revise the land leasing policies to promote long land leasing arrangements from 10 to 15 years aimed at encouraging sustainable farm practices and due investment. Lastly, a status report on the duty remissions. Duty remissions, in 2022, the government of Kenya forfeited 1.8 billion shillings per month on duty remissions to imported wheat. However, it has not been accounted for on how this has benefited the farmers or promoted. And therefore, the question is, are they going to reinstate back the 35% duty on imported grains? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, David Speaker Mutunga. When can you bring a statement? Yes, DK, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to add to support what Honorable Deputy Speaker has raised on the issue, the agony the wheat farmers are undergoing, especially in the North Rift. You will realize that the wheat production in Kenya has been going down. It has been going down because the institution that is charged to make sure it protects local production, that is AFA, is no longer protecting the local production, but subsequently, they are actually supporting importers. So you end up a case whereby the current price in which farmers are selling wheat is less than 5,000, and it is actually near equivalent to the maize production, and you know the maize production per acreage is higher, so the farmers are undergoing a lot of losses. So it is very important what Honorable Deputy Speaker has raised to be taken into consideration by the Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that the wheat farmers are protected and they get value for their produce. Thank you.
Mutunga, can you manage next week?
It's possible to get the answers next week, Honorable Speaker. I believe they are all available based on what...
Thursday morning?
Thursday morning, yes.
Thursday morning, so be it. Response to statements. Mutunga, respond to a statement by Honorable Doris Donya. Is she in the house? Doris Donya, member for Kisii. She's not in the house. Statement, response stayed. You can have it on the order paper on Wednesday afternoon. Brighton Yegon, is he in the house? Brighton Yegon, Mutunga, both are not here. I'll direct the statements, responses to come on Wednesday morning.
That will happen, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2024, first reading. A bill
and we must take this opportunity to thank Mzee They are members of parliament. I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 24:6, the thanks of this House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President delivered in Parliament on Thursday, 21st November 2024, and further that this House notes the following reports submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of the provisions of Articles 132(1)(c) and 247 of the Constitution laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th November 2024. 1. The 11th Annual Report on the measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles of governance. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the loud noise by the member for Tigania East, who is also the chair for Agriculture, the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Dindi Nyoro,
Those Kamkunjis are
the
illegal.
Honorable Pauline Languris, and Rebecca Tongei. Their consultations are a bit too loud. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 2 is the 11th Annual Report on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. And 3, the Annual Report to Parliament on the state of the national security. Honorable Speaker, in fulfillment of the provisions of Articles 132(1)(c) and 247 of the Constitution, the President of the Republic of Kenya last week on Thursday delivered his State of the Nation address for the 2024 year, the Council, and the functions and responsibilities of national security, which is mandated to once every year to report to the National Assembly on the state of the security of the nation, and that is what the President was doing in fulfillment of that particular article, reporting on behalf of the National Security Council on the state of our security as a country. On Articles 132(1)(c), Honorable Speaker, the President is required under 132(1)(c) to once every year report in an address to the nation, and that's what he did on Thursday, on all measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to in Article 10, and then subsequently publish that in the Gazette notice, and which has already been done, Honorable Speaker, and submit for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. And the President was able to submit all those reports, and they are therefore before the House for debate. Honorable Speaker, I speak to our national values because it's important, Honorable Speaker, to remind ourselves, what are these national values that we expect the President to come and report on their realization? And among these national values, Honorable Speaker, are 1, patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy, and the participation of the people. 2 is human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination and protection of the marginalized. And C is good governance, integrity, transparency and accountability, and D, sustainable development. And therefore the question that begs, Honorable Speaker, when we listen to the President, did he speak to some of these issues? Did he speak to the issues that guarantee us that there will be sustainable development in our country? Did he speak about good governance? Did he speak about integrity, transparency, and accountability, even amidst the challenge that he threw to the House on the enactment of the Conflict of Interest Bill? And for the record, Honorable Speaker, let me state that it is indeed true we did, as the National Assembly, adopt and pass the conflict of interest bill earlier this year, which was transmitted to the other house in the Senate. They did enact a number of amendments, which the committee of JLAC has considered and disagreed substantially with many of the amendments that were diluting that bill. And we have therefore caused a mediation committee. And it's on record, Honorable Speaker, that when the first mediation committee was called, not a single senator was present to attend the mediation committee. And I would like to take this opportunity to ask members of the other house in the Senate to avail themselves for the mediation process. Because then if there's a house that is conflicted in the conflict of interest, it is not this house. It is a house that diluted the bill. And it is also the house that has been unavailable for the mediation process. And I believe the Honorable Murugara is ready. And indeed, we have had discussions with the leader of majority in the Senate. And Honorable Murugara had a discussion with him on Sunday, yesterday, Honorable Speaker, to expedite with the mediation process and reach out to the chair of the JLAC committee in the Senate, so that those members in the Senate who are supposed to be in that mediation committee may be available. Because this conflict of interest bill, Honorable Speaker, is not just something the President mentioned by passing in asking us if there is any conflict of interest in passing the conflict of interest bill. We expedite and pass it because it is critical in the fight against corruption. And if we expect the President, Honorable Speaker, to be speaking about good governance, about integrity, about transparency and accountability in government, then it cannot happen. And even on sustainable development, we cannot have sustainable development without speaking and acting on conflicts of interest. More fundamentally, Honorable Speaker, was a directive that the President issued from the floor of this House, and I was hoping that the National Treasury officials were listening to the President on the question of e-procurement. We cannot have transparency in procurement if we do not move towards digitization of our procurement processes. But, Honorable Speaker, as the President mentioned, or rather, I don't know if he mentioned, he didn't mention, but he said we have faltered on actualization of the e-procurement. And that faltering is not in the last 10 years. Since the Kibaki regime, we have always spoken about e-procurement. And I am glad that the President did direct, but by the end of the first quarter of 2025, the National Treasury must ensure that e-procurement is not something we are talking about, it becomes a reality. And it is indeed possible, Honorable Speaker, to have e-procurement if we are to deal with accountability and transparency in the procurement of goods and services in government. Because the root cause of corruption anywhere in government, Honorable Speaker, across the two levels of government, issues to do with corruption revolve around two major issues. One, conflicts of interest. Two, procurement issues, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, if we are able to enact the conflict of interest bill and we are able to actualize the e-procurement processes in both levels of government, then corruption will be a matter of the past. Honorable Speaker, in speaking to the issues that I've spoken about of sustainable development, Honorable Speaker, the President went at length to enumerate the gains that his administration in the last 2 years has achieved, right from the appreciation of the Kenyan shilling against the US dollar, from a high of 162 shillings, Honorable Speaker, to a low of 129 shillings. Two, Honorable Speaker, in managing our inflation, that for the first time, and this is data that is there from the National Bureau of Statistics, it is data that is there even from our development partners, that for the first time in 17 years, inflation, the rate of inflation has fallen to almost 2.7%. And Honorable Speaker, from a high of almost 9.6%. And the of inflation Honorable Speaker, is what basically drives the high cost of living. And therefore, in speaking, Honorable Speaker, to the issues that Kenyans have spoken very loudly about, the cost of living, in addressing the rate of inflation, Honorable Speaker, by deliberate investments in production and not consumption, Honorable Speaker, that is how this administration has been able to bring down the rate of inflation, which largely is driven by our foreign exchange rates, the cost of fuel around the world.
Honorable Mbui and Kawaya, you may be required to carry out that animated discussion elsewhere. You are making it difficult for even the Speaker to follow the proceedings.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, I was also getting very distracted because when they converse in Kikamba, I'm only hearing Nesa Nesa. Thank you for that protection. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, by managing to contain inflation, we have, in a significant way, managed also to contain the high cost of living. And I know we are not yet there, but the message from the address by the President is that we are getting there. With the fall of the dollar against the Kenya shilling, Honorable Speaker, we have been able even to, Speaker, you can imagine, for every dollar that we borrowed, we are now saving almost 33 shillings. And that, Honorable Speaker, is almost 33 shillings. And that, Honorable Speaker, is a significant saving to the people of Kenya. And that 33 shillings to the dollar against all our foreign debt is money that now is not going to service our debts, but money that we can deploy in development activities across the nation. Honorable Speaker, in speaking to the realization of these national values, the President did speak in detail to the investments in the affordable housing sector, Honorable Speaker. He did speak to the employment of 56,000 teachers in only 2 years, Honorable Speaker. And he did state that, Honorable Speaker, by the time he took over office, we had a shortage of 110,000 teachers. That tells you, Honorable Speaker, we've only been able to do about 50% of that shortage. And he did enumerate, Honorable Speaker, the gains that we have had in the education sector in trying to stabilize the shaky sector that we had when he took over 2 years ago with a CBC system that was new. We were not certain where we'd host our CBC students in junior secondary. Now all Kenyans know that these young ones are being hosted in our primary schools. The massive investment that has gone also in this sector, in the education sector, Honorable Speaker. Close to 11,000 classrooms being built within a year to ensure that our junior secondary school children are able to have classrooms across the nation. And I must indeed commend the collaboration that members of Parliament have given the Ministry of Education through NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, to make it a reality that across our country, children who are transiting from grade 8 to grade 9, in January we'll have classrooms and laboratories that will help them to cater for their education. The President did indicate, Honorable Speaker, that come January next year, 2025, a further 20,000 teachers will be hired, bringing the total to 76,000 teachers to bridge that deficit of 110,000 teachers that was there. Honorable Speaker, on the health sector, Honorable Speaker, the President did enumerate the transition that we have moved and thanked the House for the enactment of the Social Health Insurance Fund for the 4 laws that we did pass in this House and the other House that have enabled this country now to transition from the National Health Insurance Fund to the Social Health Insurance Fund, or Taifa Care, as it has been christened. Honorable Speaker, the Taifa Care program, as the President did indicate, is designed to expand healthcare access to all citizens, not just the privileged few. The National Health Insurance Fund, Honorable Speaker, largely catered for the privileged few who are employed and who are on salary. But this social health insurance or Taifa Care fund, Honorable Speaker, now caters even for those who are not privileged to be employed, those working in the informal sector, and more importantly, to the vulnerable populations of unemployed people, our elderly who are benefiting from the cash transfer program, who are now automatically being onboarded upon registration onto the Social Health Insurance Fund. Honorable Speaker, because people have demonized this program, largely out of disinformation and misinformation being propagated out there, Honorable Speaker, without people realizing the huge benefits. And I am very happy today, Honorable Speaker, that Kenyans across the nation are the ones who are now posting their testimonials on social media, testifying to the benefits that they have been able to accrue. I am very happy, Honorable Speaker, when I see Kenyans share their testimonials, how mothers who are delivering in hospitals are getting both pre- and postnatal care under the Social Health Insurance Fund, how people who are suffering from chronic illnesses under the Chronic Emergency and Critical Illnesses Fund, people are accessing dialysis, people are accessing chemotherapy care for those who are suffering from cancer, and all other emergency and critical illnesses care under Taifa Care, Honorable Speaker. And being onboarded, Honorable Speaker, or rather enjoying the benefits of this fund without having to wait. You know, Kenyans never knew that under the National Health Insurance Fund, or NHIF, you had a waiting period where upon paying, you could not be onboarded and your bills would not be sorted out in hospitals until after 6 months. Now, under Taifa Care, Honorable Speaker, the moment you register, the moment you go to the mean testing score and you pay your premiums, you are immediately onboarded and you can begin enjoying services, medical care services, and your bills being sorted out by the Social Health Insurance Fund without having to wait for a waiting period. And the same goes, Honorable Speaker, for those suffering from chronic illnesses. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this Social Health Insurance Fund under Taifa Care is not only transformative for this country, but is a program that will benefit in a big way the most vulnerable of our people in society. And I have heard people asking the President, what happened to the people you are speaking about during the campaigns? And Honorable Speaker, you know, I accompanied the President together with you across the nation when we told people that we will uplift those at the bottom of the economic pyramid to the top. Part of that uplifting, the uplifting of Mama Mboga, the uplifting of Boda Boda, is to uplift them to enjoy the same level of medical care and medical insurance cover that a member of parliament, a governor, a president enjoys in this country. That Mama Mboga today, a Boda Boda rider today, will enjoy the same level of care when they are sick or when they have an accident as a member of parliament. Honorable Speaker, members of parliament who are paying 1,700 shillings under NHIF, now we are paying close to 27,000 shillings. But that money is going to take care of many of our constituents. Constituents who are waiting for us over the weekends to beg for fundraisers to take care of their bills. Honorable Speaker, I look forward in the coming days to a time that no member of parliament will fear going to their village homes because of the many people queuing around their homes and around their offices waiting for fundraisings for their hospital bills because they'll be taken care of by Taifa Care. Indeed, Taifa Care cares about our nation. And Taifa Care is about care for the vulnerable in our nation, for those at the bottom of the economic pyramid, Honorable Speaker. And we let us take advantage, even when we go on the long recess, to onboard as many of our constituents as we can to the Social Health Insurance Fund or Taifa Care program, so that they may continue to enjoy these gains, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in expounding also on these national values, the President did allude to the not the social housing, Honorable Speaker, the affordable housing, which also incorporates an element of social housing and also market or commercial rate housing. And Honorable Speaker, in the 4,088 housing schemes around the country, Honorable Speaker, that are not just affording Kenyans an opportunity. In the 4,008, there are actually 4,888 affordable housing units that are across the country, Honorable Speaker, that were recently launched, not just stimulating industry in the construction industry, Honorable Speaker, and manufacturing industry, but also create why the President alluded to the opportunities overseas and across our borders, Honorable Speaker, that close to 105,000 Kenyans have now secured employment opportunities overseas, and millions have also been empowered by the Hustler Fund to become employers, self-employed, Honorable Speaker, and some transitioning also to become employers, courtesy of the funding they have received from the Hustler Fund. Honorable Speaker, also in safeguarding our national values, to encourage patriotism, the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people. I am glad that His Excellency the President never shied away from speaking about the issues that have been raised by Kenyans. And I was happy when I heard him say that there's a difference between an arrest and an abduction. Because we have been now tuned, or Kenyans have been tuned by the culture of misinformation and disinformation. Even when I am arrested, my supporters just need to tweet or post on social media that the Member of Parliament for Kikuyu has been abducted. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that the President was very clear to create that dichotomy between what are legitimate arrests and what are abductions, and what government agencies ought to be doing and should be doing and must do in relation to abductions, Honorable Speaker. And abductions, Honorable Speaker, are not necessarily from government agencies. We have seen, and I did speak last week here about the case example of the criminal element who was arrested by DCI, and thank DCI for the swift action where people, young women, were abducted from Isli, tortured and murdered, and the same character then abducted and killed another lady in Kilimani, Honorable Speaker. And I said it is expedient, and I've heard even some of us, Honorable Speaker, out there speak about these things. But we are very quick to condemn, but slow to thank the Directorate of Criminal Intelligence when they act swiftly to ensure that criminals who either maim, hurt, or even murder, whether it is femicide where they are killing our women and our young women more so, but even other people, Honorable Speaker, including men. When DCI acts swiftly and is able to apprehend these criminals, we must thank them. But we must also speak and condemn any manner of abduction and say that all government agencies must act in accordance with our Constitution and with our statutes and ensure that we are all safe. And I'm glad that the President did speak at length on these issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the agricultural sector, which is the backbone of our economy, Honorable Speaker, when we speak about bringing down our rate of inflation from 9.6% to 2.7%, the first in 17 years, because it was only before the post-election violence, prior to the post-election violence in 2005 to 2007, that we had this kind of inflation rates. And Honorable Speaker, we would not have been able to achieve this had we or had this administration not been deliberate in the massive investment that they have put, and the President has been speaking about it, in subsidized fertilizer, Honorable Speaker, and it is out of this subsidized fertilizer, Honorable Speaker, that we said we shall no longer subsidize production, consumption, but will subsidize production, and that, Honorable Speaker, the results are there now to be seen. That we are not just talking about lower inflation at 2.7%, down from 9.6. We are also talking about increased production that is now bringing the cost of food prices down and therefore bringing our cost of inflation down. Honorable Speaker, when I listened to the President last week, Honorable Speaker, speak about the sugar industry, that for the first time, 17 sugar factories in this country are up and running. That for the first time, Honorable Speaker, another 4 factories, new factories, are being under construction, not just to process sugar, Honorable Speaker, because the sugar is there, because we have encouraged our farmers to get back to sugar production. The Honorable Wangwe, the sponsor of the sugar bill, will tell you some years back, farmers in Western Kenya and the sugar belt areas of our country were now moving away from sugar to other food crops because they were frustrated. Today, sugar farmers are getting back to sugarcane farming because it is now paying, because we are able to produce adequate sugar for our country. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, is that we are now not only producing sugar as a raw material for those 17 plus 4 factories, creating employment not just for our farmers in the production cycle, but also in the manufacturing cycle. We are now getting factories roaring back to life. And that comes with job opportunities for millions of our young people, Honorable Speaker. We are also saving on our foreign exchange, Honorable Speaker. Only last year, we imported hundreds of thousands of metric tons of sugar into this country, exporting our dollars to other countries as far as Mexico and Brazil. This year, Honorable Speaker, for the first time, we are not having to import even a kilogram of sugar. And these are things, Honorable Speaker, that we must shout about and be proud of. That we are now, when we spoke about the policy of substituting, import substitution, Honorable Speaker, people thought it was just stories we were speaking about. It is now a reality that we are not importing sugar. If anything, we can now export sugar to the Sudan. And I know people who are making efforts to now export our sugar to the Sudan. But we must also caution the ministry concerned to ensure, again, we don't export all our sugar and we are left without enough for our local production. But we must be proud, Honorable Speaker, that not just sugar, maize, Honorable Speaker. Only a year ago we had to import maize. We now don't have to import a single grain of maize. We have enough being produced. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the fallacy now is that it is now the other side. It is now farmers saying that the prices have gone too low at the expense, Honorable Speaker, of consumers who would be complaining if the prices were high. But we must be proud, Honorable Speaker, that we now have adequate food. We have ensured that there is food security in our country. Food prices are down, inflation is down, the shilling is strong. Our nation's economy is getting stronger by the day, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in completion, I have heard many people admonish members of Parliament that you gave a standing ovation to the President when he did direct on action on termination of the Adani contracts. Honorable Speaker, give me a minute. Let me say in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, myself included, and I have seen many who have spoken. In fact, I took time to go through clips to see what members of Parliament were saying. Members of Parliament have been defending the issue of public-private partnerships as an alternative way of using or rather implementing our capital projects, Honorable Speaker. And that has not changed. The President did indicate when he appeared here that following information that now they had received from partner states and friendly states, is the reason why he was terminating the Adani deals. That is not to mean, Honorable Speaker, that we do not need a new airport at JKIA. That is not to mean, Honorable Speaker, that millions of Kenyans who have no access to power do not need that power. That is not to mean, Honorable Speaker,
You beg to move?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Conclude that statement.
I conclude that statement by saying it is not to mean that without Adani, we do not need to get the massive investment that we need at JKIA, the massive investment that we need in our energy sector and our road sector, Honorable Speaker. I look forward to the President, as he said, our nation's economy and the nation is resilient. I look forward to the President and his administration ensuring that they get alternative private partnerships to ensure that JKIA is redone, more international airports in Kisumu and in Mombasa are redone, that Ketraco is able to transmit the idle power that we have generated. We have invested hundreds of billions in generation of power, but we can't evacuate that power because we don't have the capital resources to evacuate that power. We need to evacuate that power, take it to our villages, make sure that our people can get jobs through manufacturing in the villages by having factories being established there. Those who can work online, Honorable Speaker, because they have access to power. And Honorable Speaker, I must encourage the President and the government, the Kenya Kwanza government, to ensure that the public-private partnership deals that have been lost with Adani, they work with speed. And also challenge those, the naysayers, Honorable Speaker. If you don't like Adani, bring Ambani, or bring the Turkish, bring the Chinese, bring the Americans, bring anyone with capital to invest in this country. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, that those who have been admonishing these private-public partnerships are giving us alternative solutions and telling us this particular investor is not good, we have this other particular investor that is better. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request all of us to debate, and there is nothing to support, Honorable Speaker, it's just to note. But as we debate, we do it with decorum and also be forthright with Kenyans that PPPs are the new way to actualize capital investments. The roads, Honorable Speaker, those who go to the western part of our country, if you try and drive from Nairobi to Nakuru or to Malaba today on a Friday, it takes you inordinately long, Honorable Speaker. Nakuru, a journey that should take you 1.5 hours, today takes close to 4.5 hours. I look forward to the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure getting a PPP arrangement to ensure that the long-lost Rironi-Mau Summit Road, and all the way to Malaba, for instance, if it was possible, Honorable Speaker, that trucks should be able to use a toll road from Nairobi or from Mombasa all the way to Malaba to open up our borders and regional trade, Honorable Speaker, and deepen and tighten, as you told us last week.
And widen.
And widen. Widen, deepen, widen, and tighten our regional integration. And that is only possible through regional trade, and that regional trade will not be a reality if we cannot adopt public-private partnerships as the new way of capitalizing or financing capital-intensive projects to avoid, as we have said, overtaxing Kenyans. Because the alternative is to tax Kenyans. But because Kenyans have spoken, and I'm glad, Honorable Speaker, the President told us that those of us in leadership, listening is a full-time occupation. And I am glad we have a president who has not only demonstrated to Kenyans that he is focused, but he is also listening to Kenyans. And in listening to Kenyans, he acts not out of political expediency, but acts in the best interest of the country and with a long-term view of where this country ought to be, and working hard to take it there. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. And I want to request the leader of minority, my good friend, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, to second the motion.
Good friend, you have 20 minutes to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion on the debate of the President's speech, the State of the Nation address, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has eloquently spoken about the speech, Mr. Speaker, and if you are a president and you have the majority leader on your side, I think 50% of your problems are solved. So, Mr. Speaker, when you become president, make sure the majority leader is on your side. God willing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, 21st of November, 2024, Parliament held a joint sitting of both houses, Mr. Speaker. And the President made a State of the Nation address, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 132(1)(c), which requires the President, Mr. Speaker, annually to report in address of the nation on all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred in Article 10, publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress under paragraph 1, and submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress, Mr. Speaker, made in fulfilling in the international obligation. Mr. Speaker, we were all present here, and this is a very, very important occasion, Mr. Speaker, for the country. And these are some of the benefits that the new constitution has given to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. You are a veteran, Mr. Speaker, member of this House. You remember in the old days, the President just used to come here to open Parliament and address on issues that he feels he wishes, without talking about these issues that now Kenyans are expected, members of Parliament are holding accountable the President, Mr. Speaker. And it is mandatory, Mr. Speaker, for the President to address the nation annually. It's a constitutional requirement. It is not a choice, Mr. Speaker. The only choice he has is to agree with you on the date that he will come here. But for him to come here annually, I am sure next year, God willing, at whatever time he will appear on this House to address the country on those issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must be alive to the fact that this year's national address came against the backdrop of certain unique happenings, Mr. Speaker. You remember in June this year, we had demonstrations, the so-called Gen Z demonstrations. We had the formation of the broad-based government, Mr. Speaker. And we had the historic impeachment of the former Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. Those are historical issues that happened in our country the last 6 months, Mr. Speaker. And the President came to address the nation under the backdrop of those issues, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things that I picked, Mr. Speaker, from the address of the President is the cancellation of the Adani contract, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have raised issues on the Adani contract, Mr. Speaker. And it is very rare for the minority leader to applaud the President. But Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I want to applaud him because it was timely, he did the right thing, and he read the mood of the country and took bold decision that Kenyans were happy with, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the cancellation of the Adani contract does not end our problems that we have in the airports, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you are a regular traveler at the Jomo Kenyatta Airport, Mr. Speaker, personally, I don't believe we have an airport. There is no difference, Mr. Speaker, of that airport at the moment and the bus park of Migori, Mr. Speaker, where the matatus and the buses, people are board from, Mr. Speaker. You drive into that airport, Mr. Speaker, you will not know where to start from and where to end, Mr. Speaker. If myself, I have a problem, I'm a Kenyan who regularly uses that airport, Mr. Speaker. What do you think of a visitor, Mr. Speaker? Who doesn't know anything about that airport? He knows nobody. You don't know where to park your car. You don't know where you're supposed to be dropped, Mr. Speaker. Everything is leaking. The roof is leaking.
You go there when it's raining.
Mr. Speaker, I don't, my God, I'm praying to God that I don't appear there at a time like now when it is raining. Because it can be worse. You don't, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans must know, and I'm telling those Kenyans who gave their strong views on the Adani issues, Mr. Speaker, now to give views now on how they want us to transform the airport, Mr. Speaker. It can't be one-way traffic.
If you say that anything is bad, then now is the time that they should give us ideas, views on how to improve our airport. That is the first place visitors interact with this country, Mr. Speaker. You land at the airport. You don't know whether you have landed at Kisumu bus park or you have landed at the national airport. Even Wilson is better of late because it's smaller in size and the traffic is smaller. At the Jomo Kenyatta, things are bad, Mr. Speaker. And you can't tell me it is the government that's supposed to fix everything. Yes, they have to do their work. They can fix what they can fix. But look at the standards. Look at what's happening globally, Mr. Speaker. Look at how PPP has transformed many countries. Go to this place, Turkey, Mr. Speaker. There's a complete new airport of bigger than Migori town, where I come from, bigger than Migori city. Migori is not a town now, it's a city. Bigger than Migori city, Mr. Speaker, and it was done through PPP. We want to be a hub. We want to be the hub of this region. Look at what's happening in Ethiopia. Look at what's happening. And then our mind is fixated with issues that we think are them against us, who is doing this, who is doing that. I may not vote for Adani myself, but what I want to say on the floor of this house is that for those of us who are against Adani, let us now give alternative views. Let us now give you alternative ways that we can improve our airport, Mr. Speaker. We can't just be saying, oh, Adani was bad, without giving any alternative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you a very good example. If today we did not have this expressway, because this expressway also came through PPP, how shall we be accessing our airport today from this point? Today you can take less than 10 minutes to go to the airport. If this expressway was not there, how will you reach the airport? Mr. Speaker, these are hard questions we must ask ourselves. We cannot do politics at the expense of killing the country. Expressway is a good example of a PPP. It might have been done expensively. The cost might have been high, but it is serving the purpose that it was meant for. Many Kenyans today, everybody today who can afford to pay asks you, how can I access the expressway, from which point? When you are coming from Southern Bypass, you want to access the expressway. When you are coming from Thika Superhighway, you want to access the expressway. Why? Because it has made life easy. That is what PPP does, Mr. Speaker. It makes lives better. But I hope now, and I pray, Majority Leader, that in the subsequent decision that is to be made on this issue, transparency will be done. We need to get the next person, the next company that is going to do the PPPs. We want Kenyans to be on board. We want Kenyans to be carried on board, Mr. Speaker, through transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, my second issue that I took note in the speech, Mr. Speaker, is about chief and SHA. Mr. Speaker, it's a very good idea. It's a very brilliant idea for us to transform the health sector of this country. And universal health care has been in all manifestos, Mr. Speaker. It's a constitutional, right that every Kenyan must get health care, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the idea and the laws we have passed here are very good. That's underpin the universal health care, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but the way it has been rolled out, I believe is not in the right way, because many Kenyans are not aware of the transfer from NHIF to SHA, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even when IEBC is conducting mass registration of voters, there's a lot of campaign in the media, there's a lot of campaign in the print media, in the radios, Mr. Speaker, asking people, umejiandikisha je? This one, nobody hears anything about it. We need to do a serious campaign so that Kenyans can know that there is a new program called SHA that is taking over the NHIF program, Mr. Speaker. On that front, Mr. Speaker, I think we can do better, because Kenyans need to be made aware about the benefits of the new system called SHA, Mr. Speaker. And me personally, I believe, because I participated here in passing those laws, if that program is implemented properly, Mr. Speaker, it is going to solve a lot of problems in the healthcare, Mr. Speaker. It is going to solve a lot of problems. But we need to do more awareness, create more, people, Kenyans, to know that there's a new program that is taking place in the country. Mr. Speaker, the issue on the president raised about the conflict of interest bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at that bill, you will think the people who published that bill published it for the purposes of dealing with members of parliament only. It's like a bill that was meant for MPs only, not other people, other Kenyans who are holding offices like CSS, PSS, parastatal heads. It was purely about members of parliament. The thing must be put in broader perspective. Everyone who is holding an office must be part and parcel of that conflict of interest bill. It's not members of parliament only who do business. Other Kenyans who are in high offices also do businesses. So when you are targeting certain segment of the Kenyan, leadership, they have to revolt. That is why in the Senate they did 20 amendments on the bill. That's why the bill now is in mediation committee. Mr. Speaker, we need to look at that thing holistically, because it looks like it was targeting. They thought people who are politically exposed are only members of parliament. No, anybody who holds an office that has been created politically, even the executive is a politically created offices. Those are PEPs, those are politically exposed people. They must come into this public, it's called what? Conflict of interest bill. So we are going to look into that bill and make sure that all Kenyans who are in different positions, from the chief, from the sub-chief, all the way to the president, from the member of parliament to the MCA, to county officers, chief officers, I don't know what they are called, all those people must be part of this conflict of interest bill. If we are going to drain the swamp, let us drain it properly. Don't just target members of parliament here. Some of these people here are peasants. They are just farmers. They don't even do businesses. Some of them are butchers like Kimani Shungo. They are running butcheries, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you're targeting only those people, then you have ulterior motives. I don't know where that bill came from. But that is why it has not gone through. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can look at it holistically, so that everyone is covered under that bill, so that we finish this issue of conflict of interest once and for all, then that will be good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I took note in the President's speech is the gender-based violence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's a very, very sad thing, that our women are being killed, Mr. Speaker, by people whom they trust, by people who stay with them, Mr. Speaker, like what happened the other day in Isili, Mr. Speaker. A family, a lady and her daughter and her niece were all killed at the same time, Mr. Speaker, for no apparent reason, for reasons that are not known, Mr. Speaker. There are other women that have been killed elsewhere in apartments, Mr. Speaker, Airbnb. They were the ones who were killed in Kware area, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that requires full attention of the law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, Department, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, women cannot live in fear in this country. Women must live with freedom, Mr. Speaker, and do whatever thing they want to do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want this matter that has been raised by the President to be addressed properly, Mr. Speaker, by the law enforcement, by the police, by the DCI, and everyone who are concerned, Mr. Speaker, so that our women can feel safe, Mr. Speaker. If a woman is not safe, a man cannot be safe, Mr. Speaker. The safety of men is intertwined with the safety of women, Mr. Speaker, and that is a serious matter that the President has raised, Mr. Speaker. Even though the President stretched it a bit, and I felt a bit, it was unfair to men once in the speech, Mr. Speaker, but that's now beside the point, because it is about femicide now, and this matter must be handled. Mr. Speaker, the President raised the issue of demonstrations and said that he supports and he acknowledges that Article 37 of the Constitution allows people to picket and demonstrate peaceably. But Mr. Speaker, I want to also say that the national security organs must be very careful on how they deal with the demonstrators, Mr. Speaker, because we don't want life lost under demonstrations that have been allowed by the Constitution, so long as they are peaceful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people should not forget that demonstrations are an important thing, Mr. Speaker. The people who are not now feeling good about it might need it tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And the people who are using it now might not need it tomorrow also, Mr. Speaker. That's how it goes. The majority leader might not need demonstrations at this point in time. But at a certain time, hapa mbele, he might be the one leading demonstration in the country, Mr. Speaker. So we have to get a balance. We have to get a balance on how to allow the people who want to demonstrate and the people who don't want it. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is commonly important to every one of us as politicians, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not predicting anything, but I am saying that I agree with him that demonstrations must be peaceful. They must not destroy people's properties, and they must not, but we must not curtail people's freedoms of assembly and freedoms of association, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. This country, Mr. Speaker, is a constitutional democracy. And once we are a constitutional democracy, we are guided by the constitution that we gave to ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when Kenyans give views in the form of public participation, we have to take into consideration what they are saying, because, Mr. Speaker, that is what Kenyans want us to do. But, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans also must be enlightened. They must be taken through civic education. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is a serious conflict between what the government is supposed to do, the executive, what Parliament is supposed to do, and what Kenyans think that should be done, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans must know that they have also delegated their sovereign power to Parliament and the executive, Mr. Speaker, through an election. And they must have trust and faith in what Kenya and what those institutions are doing. Mr. Speaker, a country can fail, a country can become banana if the citizens of that country lose faith in the institutions that they have given themselves through the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And we must always remind Kenyans that it is very important we must have faith in our institutions. Because lack of faith in institutions is anarchy, Mr. Speaker. And now, for that reason, the issue of corruption, the issue of non-adherence to the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, must be addressed in a manner that puts faith in the public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the judiciary now, for example, there are a lot of issues. Kenyans are losing trust and faith in it because some of the decisions that are coming out from there are not, Mr. Speaker, necessarily constitutional decisions, Mr. Speaker. No, they are not. Because yesterday, I came across a judge has issued a court order in Mombasa, and another judge has issued a contrary order on the same issue in Kwale, Mr. Speaker. Counties that are next to each other. Yes, I'm shocked. How can you not? And one has issued that order 4 days earlier than the other. I am sure the other one knew what happened. Mr. Speaker, we cannot run a country. I'm not running a country, but a country cannot be run in that manner, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that Kenyans should not be made to lose faith in the institutions they created for themselves in the Constitution. Parliament has passed many, many bills, Mr. Speaker. And Parliament is one of the institutions that does public participation extensively when you consider to the other two arms of government, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we can do better. I hope I have been in Parliament last year when the President gave his State of the Nation address. And this one, Mr. Speaker, this one has been far, far much promising and far much satisfying than any other one, Mr. Speaker. And I hope and pray that things get better because I can see that economically a lot of things have been achieved. And I think after the broad-based government was formed, Mr. Speaker, you can see things changing to the better and things getting now, Kenyans have a lot of faith and hope, Mr. Speaker. The shilling has been stabilized. Inflation has come down, Mr. Speaker. We are praying and hoping that the interest rate will come down, Mr. Speaker, in the shortest time period, and they have shown signs of coming down. So, and this good, God has blessed us with rain now. If our people do good farming, Mr. Speaker, this country will flourish. Mr. Speaker, we must live We must give our people hope, Mr. Speaker. Hopelessness cannot be. We must give hope, Mr. Speaker. We must live on hope, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I say thank you very much. There is nothing to support, as the majority leader says. I take note of what the president has said, and as the minority, we are watching and seeing, and we will raise our voice where we think is wrong, and we will support where we think is right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 24-6, the thanks of this House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President delivered in Parliament on Thursday, 21st November 2024, and further, that this House notes the following report submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 132(1)(c) and 247 of the Constitution laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th November 2024. 1. The 11th Annual Report on the measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles of governance. 2. The 11th Annual Report on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. And 3. The Annual Report to Parliament on the state of national security. Malulu Injendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All members speaking hereafter, you have 5 minutes each. So compose your views and give them in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I also arise to applaud a speech by HE during his national address, which focused on key issues that are affecting actually Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, listening to the president, actually I saw hope in myself, and which I also believe if Kenyans really listen to him, then he was kind of sowing a seed of hope among Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I know most Kenyans could be going or undergoing some difficult moments because of the various issues affecting them, like SHA, etc., etc. But listening to the president's speech, Mr. Speaker, what he's saying is very promising. And is what was also focusing on, Mr. Speaker, some of the issues we are seeing them really happen, take root in our country. Mr. Speaker, I know that Kenya is very rich in agricultural production. Kenya is very rich in terms of labor. And Mr. Speaker, the president has focused so much on revival of agricultural production. Mr. Speaker, personally, a person who comes from Western, we have been suffering quite a lot. Most of the persons in Western Kenya are very poor. This poverty is arising from the fact that most of us were focusing on production of maize, which was not selling well in the country, and production of sugarcane in the country, whose prices even went low as 2,800 per ton, because most of the factories had actually collapsed. And Mr. Speaker, when you see what the president now talking about, because when he was visiting even our western region, which is rich in production of cane, you see, he was giving us hope, telling us about the possibility of reviving these factories. And indeed, when he has become the president, he has revived the 17 factories we are hearing. He has actually signed into law the Sugar Act, which now will ensure, because the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, killed the Sugar Board, the Sugar Act. And this actually caused a lot of confusion in the sugar production. Most of the farmers did not have any control. And because of this, most of the factories actually went down. And because of also the collapse of Sugar Act, Mr. Speaker, there was massive import of sugar in the country and causing most of our farmers in Western Kenya particularly suffer. But currently now, I can even assure our people in Western Kenya that the future is very good, because even prices now have risen from 2,800 now per ton to 5,000 shillings per ton, which is promising to us Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I recall even my days of schooling we were relying on production of milk, sale of milk to KCC. This collapsed in the 1990s. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure even the Kenyans and the people who are producing milk, particularly in Western Kenya, the president, when you listen to his speech, and indeed what he's doing, his focus in the revival of the new KCC is giving us hope. Even for us in Malaba, for example, I can say we had actually, the county government had put up a factory for milk production, but we were getting into some headwinds. But we have been assured now with this that with the revival of KCC, with a kind of massive investment in KCC, Mr. Speaker, we are being assured about delivery of coolers in the country, delivery of coolers up to our plant in Malava, and this will ensure that the milk we produce will be actually absorbed and Kenyans will lead a proper, better life, even people of Malava. Mr. Speaker, we know some regions in this country have gone rich just because of one commodity called coffee. Most of us in Western Kenya, we were focusing on so much on maize and sugarcane production, and most of us have been so poor and been wondering why. We learned that coffee is also another cash crop that is good, can do very well in Western Kenya, and the president actually, through his efforts, much is happening on the ground. Most of the farmers are now happy taking to the production of coffee, and I believe farmers with this kind of positive attitude to coffee farming, Mr. Speaker, I believe this country will move steps up to richness like these other countries that have become rich. And finally, I want to appeal to Kenyans who seem to be so hopeless with the Taifa Care that our business is to register. I can give an example to Kenyans and to the persons of Malava. There is this particular mother to a friend of mine called Livingstone Mohati in South Kabaras, who had registered for SHA, and when the mother went to hospital in Eldoret, referral hospital, she incurred a bill of 491,000. This was settled by SHA. So my people of Malava, let us register as this plea is actually all over and will lead a better life. We'll stop selling our lands. We'll stop selling our cows. We'll stop selling our property because of some elements, because of some.
Thank you, Honorable Malulu. Honorable members, please note that the chairperson of Justice and Legal, chairperson of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign, and the chairperson of Administration and Security, Internal Security, as and when they speak, they have 10 minutes each. All other members, 5 minutes. Chair health is not covered. Deputy Speaker, it's a motion you pass to yourselves.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, that I may participate.
Even the Deputy Speaker has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Even as I participate in debating on the President's State of the Nation address, I want to direct my attention to the unpatriotic media houses in this country, and particularly NTV, which recently attempted to wrongly analyze this statement. And I want to ask them, has the shilling strengthened from 162 to the dollar to 129 today? Yes or no? We look at the cost of living. Has inflation dropped from 9.6 to 2.7? Every Kenyan knows the price of unga has gone down, the price of kerosene has gone down, the price of electricity has gone down. Those media houses should tell us where they are getting their statistics and where is the source of their information. Also, I dare them, those unpatriotic Kenyans and the unpatriotic media houses, has fertilizer been distributed, 6.5 million bags to the registered farmers? Yes or no? We know for a fact that farmers have received it. And I dare them to tell us where they think it was not, where the fertilizer was not given. Also towards food security. Today they can go and they can use their investigative journalists to go to the stores and find that we now have 47 million bags of maize and 8.8 million bags of beans and 10.4 million bags of wheat in our reserves. I dare them to dispute this. And we want them, rather than speak from their studios, they should actually go and film them from the stores of Kenya. I also dare them that they should, do they dispute the fact that KCC received 3 billion to modernize? Do they dispute the fact that today farmers are being paid 50 shillings per liter? I am a farmer, and that is the amount I'm receiving. I dare those in those media houses to tell us if they have any milk to sell, how much they sell it for to KCC. I dare them to dispute the fact that we are now producing, KCC is now processing 220 liters of milk a day, up from 100,000 liters. I dare them to dispute the fact that the sex semen is now going for 2,900 shillings. Those of us who were dairy farmers were buying it up from before from 9,000 shillings. I want those media houses to again tell us whether or not 56,000 teachers have been hired. They know they have. And that list is available at the Teachers Service Commission. And they should stop peddling lies and misinforming Kenyans about the State of the Nation address. On the funding model, again, they can confirm this. Students are now getting up to 95% funding of their school fees. And again, this, they can get the statistics from the Higher Education Fund and from the Higher Education Loans Board. Again, they cannot be making up stories from their screens. On healthcare, we know that they are telling Kenyans, you're being charged a lot for the social housing insurance fund. What they're not telling Kenyans is Kenyans who are on a higher pay are the ones who are paying, so that although the Kenyans who are vulnerable and needy can be able to access health care unlike before. I also dare those who said that the NHIF debts have not been settled. 3.7 billion was disbursed, and earlier another 5 billion was settled. On the issue of the Hustler Fund, it is, again, this is information that's available, that 60 billion has already benefited over 24 million Kenyans. And therefore, as we look at the President's State of the Nation report, it is important that we call out those unpatriotic Kenyans, unpatriotic media houses who are selling toxic, negative,
Yes, give the deputy.
who are selling the negative, toxic narratives and selling a story of doom and hopelessness to Kenyans. Because Kenya is strong, and Kenya, as we saw in the last State of the Nation report, that Kenya is going places and Kenya is destined for greatness. And I know that one day, those peddlers of doom are going to be shamed. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, for the first time in the State of the Nation report, address by a sitting president, the issue of gender-based violence was given prominence. For that, we are very grateful as the women of Kenya to the president, because now it has received the highest attention due. But even as we say this, I appeal to Kenyans that being able to prevent femicide and gender-based violence requires each of us to be vigilant. On femicide, we need to talk to our children, to tell them not to be found, not to put themselves in vulnerable situations. We also must teach our children to respect women, and so that we can be able to be part of prevention rather than going after these people after they've committed the crime. With that, I wish to thank you for the opportunity.
Samuel Atandi. Maluli Njendi, disengage from the screen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my submissions on
Log out. You have just spoken and you are still on top of the screen. Is it you to do it or the clerks to do it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my submissions on the State of the Nation address by the head of state. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the President on some areas and I also disagree with him on certain areas. Honorable Speaker, on the performance of the economy, I agree with the President, Honorable Speaker, that indeed we have seen the shilling strengthening against major currencies, and as a consequence, the cost of goods imported into the country has been low, and we now have cheaper petroleum products. We have a stable economy, Honorable Speaker, and I think the President has done well on that account. Honorable Speaker, on the police and disappearance of Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, I think this House needs to really investigate why we do not have an independent police commission. Because the Constitution says that the police service is independent and is not under the direction of anybody, even the President. That, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have to look up to the President when we have cases of police citizens disappearing is something which I think is a failure on our part as members of Parliament and as this House. And I think it is time we understood and told the police that they are independent, and these cases of abduction, they need to investigate them on their own and give us reports so that we can have a stable and a secure country. Honorable Speaker, I disagree with the President on the cancellation of one of the Adani contracts. Honorable Speaker, you were in my constituency over the weekend. And Honorable Speaker, you saw for yourself that in my region we do not have stable electricity. The transmission lines, electricity transmission lines are dead. And Honorable Speaker, now that we had these Adani people coming to fix this problem, Kenyans are raising questions about some of these projects, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, there was no need for the President to cancel, especially this one of electricity transmission. Because the kind of damage that we suffer as people from the lake is enormous. Our youth cannot, do things like welding because there's no power. So, Honorable Speaker, on that one, I really disagree with the President. I want to tell Kenyans that when President Uhuru Kenyatta was constructing the expressway, he did it single-handedly. He never did any tender anywhere. And some people complained about it. Some people even went to court. But today, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans are happy about the expressway. And everybody is using it. They are not even questioning how it was done. So, Honorable Speaker, some of these projects, we need to do them, Honorable Speaker, because we cannot wait. The amount of losses that we incur as a people from Nyanza region because of weak supply of electricity is something which we cannot tolerate further. So, Honorable Speaker, sometimes, Honorable Speaker, the President needs not to be fearful, especially on this one of Adani power transmission contract. I think I fault the President for cancelling that contract. That contract should have been allowed to go on because we need those services to serve our people. Honorable Speaker, on the question of I've spoken about the police, the abductions, but I also wanted to speak about the SHA. Honorable Speaker, this thing is working, and I can give my own experience. Just last 2 weeks ago, I enrolled somebody into this SHA, and they were admitted into a private hospital. Honorable Speaker, the bill that I was given was about 300,000 shillings. And I was told that I can pay only half, that SHA was paying the rest. And I was amazed. Within less than a week, I got these services. So I think I want to urge Kenyans, especially my constituents, that the first thing that we need to do is to enroll in this program. Because when we enroll in this program, you become a member, now you can be able to get these services. But most Kenyans are complaining about this SHA, and they are not even registered. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, thank you for the opportunity.
The Honorable Member for Tinderet, Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to the address made by His Excellency the President on the state of the nation. Madam Speaker, this is a constitutional requirement that is required of every president by the 2010 Constitution. The president, on 21st of this month, came to the House and reported on 3 areas. That one, what is the progress that we have made on realizing our national values? And 2, the principles of governance. And 3, the progress made in fulfilling our international obligations. Madam Speaker, the address by the President really was very timely. And it went on to explain how this country has made a lot of progress, especially in matters of national development. And I want to specifically address, to really talk about what is going on in this republic. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that came out very clearly is the issue that came out was the issue of agriculture and satisfaction in food production. I come from a region where we grow sugar, tea, and coffee. And it is for the first time in this country, Madam Speaker, that this country has had sufficient sugar production. It is this time, Madam Speaker, that the President has, and through his policies, he has been able to address the issues that are facing the sugarcane farmers. More importantly, the issues of production, fertilizer. 2, the sugar mills are now running across the country, especially the public mills. One of the things that we only need to do, Madam Speaker, is to pay the arrears for the workers. I talk especially on behalf of the farmers in Chemelil, Moroni, where there is a lot of farmers' arrears, and even concerning the remaining few farmers where they haven't gotten their farm due, their arrears, especially for cane deliveries. Madam Speaker, the other issue which actually touched us is the issue of health cover, the universal health coverage. The President and ourselves, especially on the issue of SHA and SHIF. Madam Speaker, this is going to revolutionize health care. And it is in health care that when a nation's people are properly treated and the people gotten the medical care, they will actually be able to really do their activities well. Through this new, through this SHA, or the Social Health Insurance Authority, we'll be able to actually pay medical bills for the chronically ill, also those who are high medical bills, and it will stop these members of parliament from actually going for fundraising, for even being asked to pay for inpatients, especially even in private facilities. Madam Speaker, I also want to laud the President, especially in cancelling the Adani deal. The Adani deal, Madam Speaker, had a number of issues which had been raised by the public. The deal might have been good, but the way it was procured, the way the public participated in it, and I want to say that the President listened to the public. He went on to explain that as much as there might have been no serious issues on the Adani deal, he listened to the people of Kenya, and the people of Kenya said they did not want that. And actually the President, in his address, showed that he is a listening leader, and we emulate him. Madam Speaker, the other issue which I really wanted which the President really talked about was the issue of education. Madam Speaker, for the first time, the education sector in this country got a boost of 56,000 teachers. And you know, Madam Speaker, we have a shortage of 116,000. That this administration has been able to employ 56,000 teachers at a go is a remarkable achievement, and we want to laud the government for that. Apart from that, we have seen
the Honorable Member for Belgut.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Like many speakers, let me also add my voice on the State of the Nation address by the President. And as is constitutional under Article 132, the President will be, when he addresses the nation, some of the points that he must, is obligated to give the progress we have made in realizing our national values and principles, number one, governance, and to submit to honorable members the progress made in fulfilling our international obligation. And for today, that is where I will dwell on, Honorable Speaker, an issue of international obligation. On international obligation is fundamental to our nation's ability to secure stability, foster global cooperation, and regulate matters of importance. Honorable Speaker, I'll be speaking on matters of global cooperation and secure stability. Honorable members will recall that when I brought in the issue of trying to seek permission to send our officers to Haiti, there was a lot of contest from this House, Honorable Speaker, because Kenya, in its part of its foreign policy, is security, and there was a lot of contestation. Today, like the President did mention, we are extremely happy as a nation that section of the places that had gangs in Haiti, and having deployed our officers to Haiti, the gangs and their gang leaders have been completely subdued. That we can, as a country, report today that there is relative peace in Haiti, particularly in Port Florence, the capital city of Haiti. That is part of our obligation. Also, like the President did mention, part of the region, particularly mediation and negotiations for warring, different warring groups in Sudan and Southern Sudan. There have been concerted efforts by the head of state and several actors to see that there is peace within our region, and still stamps Kenya's place as an anchor for security within the region. On the issues of treaty and treaty-making process, I want to say treaty making, our constitution and ratification, particularly on issues to touch on bottom-up economic model and on issues of SDGs and Africa's agenda of 2063, and our engagement internationally. The President did report that we are proud as a country that we host the several UN bodies in this country. We have the the United Nations office at Nairobi, which we host the UN Environment Program, the UN Habitat, making Kenya a capital, a hub of multilateral diplomacy. Madam Speaker, on the issue of diplomacy, Kenya continues to have its footprints globally. As at today, Madam Speaker, Kenya hosts 109 embassies and high commissions in Nairobi, alongside 60 UN agencies and 78 international organizations. This is no mean feat, hosting all this, including the UN. And you remember even the President did mention that outside Washington, Kenya hosts a large part of the United Nations bodies in the country, and that really stamps our authority in terms of diplomacy. On issues of tackling of climate change, you remember last year or the year before, during the COP28, Kenya championed ambitious energy transition goals, further cementing our role as a global climate leader. Domestically, Kenya has aligned these commitments with initiatives as 200,000 affordable housing units annually under the UN Habitat. Honorable Speaker, while Kenya has made significant and several treaties that await ratification, we have so many that await ratification, like the Convention on Cluster Munitions, which seeks to eliminate harm caused by weapons. Kenya is also in the process, which I will want to dwell on, in the process of ratifying the International Convention for Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. Madam Speaker, this is extremely, extremely important. You'll remember and recall that during the demonstrations by the Gen Zs, there was a lot of accusations that had been made about disappearance of people who either had participated in the demonstrations or were perceived to have led the demonstrations. That as a country, I think going forward, the President has mentioned that it will not be business as usual. And even as legislators, as we await to ratify this very important treaty of International Convention for Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. Another very important legislative policy is that one of protection from enforced disappearance, and the other one of judicial killings. Kenya passed 2022, between 2021 and 2022, there were so many reported cases of extrajudicial killings. As a country, it's become a concern, and that ratification of enforced disappearance and extrajudicial killing will bring to book all the people who either perpetrate or are actively involved in disappearance of people. That, again, was part of what the President did mention last week on Thursday. Madam Speaker, before I can go to general, because this is the one for international obligation, as we reflect on the report, we recognize Kenya's international obligations are not abstract. We are deeply intertwined with the national interest. They support the economy, protect citizens, and enhance our global standing as we move forward. It is imperative that we remain steadfast. But before I do conclude that, Madam Speaker, it is imperative to address concern regarding the treatment of asylum seekers. I want to mention to this Honorable House that Kenya, to date, hosts in excess of 760 million refugees. Kenya then has been considered a safe haven for people who want to seek safe haven in the country or who are fleeing conflict and persecutions in their countries. However, there's two disturbing cases that come to my attention, which as a country we must reflect on. And in October 2024, Kenya deported 4 Turkish refugees back to Turkey after accepting an extradition request from Ankara. Again, in November 2024, a Ugandan opposition leader was reportedly taken from Nairobi and later apprehended in Uganda, facing charges including illegal firearms and possession. You will remember the President did mention that action should be taken on people who illegally. There is a procedure, Madam Speaker, and you being a lawyer, you understand that there's a procedure of extraditing individuals who are believed to have committed crime in their countries or who are perceived to want to commit a crime. As a committee, as a chairman of Defense and Intelligence and Foreign Relations, it flies on the face of the statement by the President and the several actors who sent back Dr. Besigye. Madam Speaker, as a committee, we will be inviting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to shed more light on exactly what happened, because we want to have Kenya as a country where people who are fleeing persecution are received, and people should not be apprehended in a way that contravenes the international laws and treaties that we have signed with other countries. So even though the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has distanced itself from this incident, such incidences are regrettable, and this House must endeavor to ensure justice for the victims and ensure Kenyans remain consistent with its commitments to protecting asylum seekers and upholding the rule of law. Madam Speaker, this incident I thought I was.
Finish your sentence.
Have I utilized my 10 minutes? Oh, that was quick. These incidents remind us of the delicate balance we must maintain between regional diplomacy, security considerations, and our obligation to protect the rights of refugees and asylum seekers as by international law. Kenya must reaffirm its commitment to ensure that such cases are handled with the most respectable legal frameworks and human dignity. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to equally contribute and add my voice to the issue of the presidential address to the nation on Thursday. Honorable Speaker, it's true that the President addressed the nation to fulfillment of his mandate, a constitutional mandate, as according to the person to Article 132, 1C, and Article 240 of the Constitution of Kenya, so that he continuously, as required by the laws, address the country on 3 thematic areas, Madam Speaker. 1, on the progress achieved in realization of the national values and principle of governance. 2, the progress made in fulfillment of international obligation, which we have continuously and proudly been doing as a country. And more importantly, of course, to me, the state of the security of a country. Madam Speaker, I don't want to, I know, of course, it is too much. I can't able to address to majority of them because of limitation of time of the 10 minutes. But before I concentrate on the subject of national security, Madam Speaker, I was here last time when the President gave the same address. And I want to commend the President and his leadership of Kenya Kwanza, that as a country, we have really made tremendous progress in addressing very pertinent and key issues that are affecting our country. More importantly, the issue of food security, where, of course, the President managed to really demonstrate how the food prices and the essential commodities, we had managed to bring them down. Of course, more importantly, facilitated by the issue of subsidies of fertilizers, which had given us a bumper harvest. The President, of course, also managed to talk very pertinent issues, to include the issue of the model, new financing model in our universities, which are student-centered, which enables that even the poorest in our society will be able to access education because, of course, the country has taken a bigger burden of the fees and the tuition fees. Of course, the issue of the Taiva care is a very game changer to ensure that our society, the most vulnerable, can able to access the best of care without constraint of finances, Madam Speaker. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, I want to address the issue of national security. Madam Speaker, the report reflected the multi-dimensional challenges Kenya faces in the realm of security, while also highlighting the achievement and strategies employed by the Kenya Kwanza government under His Excellency the President to safeguard our country and make it a better place, a more peaceful place for all of us to live in, and include several approaches, Madam Speaker, to include the modernization, which we had, for the last 2 years, we had pumped a tune of about 14 billion to continuously equipping our security officers so that they can able to handle with effectiveness the post-challenges of security. That is also, Madam Speaker, include the continuous improvement of our welfare. We know, Madam Speaker, just recently, when we are doing our supplementary one, Madam Speaker, there was an increment of a tune of about minimum 4,000 in the lowest cadre of our police officers in their salaries, so that we're continuously improving their welfare and boosting their morale so that they can able to discharge their mandate and duty to make this country a safer place for all of us. Of course, that is not to forget, Madam Speaker, that we are continuously doing the training and human improvement. And I think the President managed really to demonstrate that one so much. The report underscores the profound influence of the global and regional security dynamics on Kenya and on the international front. Conflicts such as Russia-Ukraine war, the Israelites and the Hamas conflict, and the tension in the eastern China have created ripple effect felt even within our borders. The disruption of the global trade, the roots, increased energy prices, and the fragmentation of the international relations have introduced new pressures in our economy and security system. Madam Speaker, closer home, instability in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lake region remain a significant challenge Kenya continues to grapple with the consequences of regional conflict, including the spillover of the arms, proliferation of small arms, the militants, and the displacement of persons. Yet Kenya remains committed to regional peace through active participation in peace support operations such as those in Somalia, DRC, Southern Sudan, and Central African Republic. Not to forget, Madam Speaker, our forces in Haiti, that we are continuing to be the biggest players and the advocate of peace, both locally, regionally, and international stage. I want to, Madam Speaker, the President, of course, mentioned the issue in the report that was tabled in this House, and I want also to mention, Madam Speaker, when the Kenya Kwanza took over, the President committed to eradicate and reduce significantly the issue of cattle rustling and banditry in the tribal areas of North Rift, and more importantly, the issue of the Kerio Valley. And in the report that was tabled before this House, Madam Speaker, it enumerated the very tremendous progress that the Kenya Kwanza government has managed to do in the reduction of the cattle, in the banditry and cattle rustling in the said region. And of course, the members of parliament in those affected regions can affirm to this. There's been a relatively peace, and people are able to continuously go about doing their businesses, and even the school has been rebuilt. And even as a committee, Madam Speaker, we were so privileged to visit those areas, and we can confirm the same, that there is a relatively peace in those areas. And the Kenya Kwanza government is definitely committed to continuously ensuring there is peace and stability in those regions. And even the modernization that I'd mentioned earlier, had really going to help a bigger way to help those people, because there is, of course, AMRAPs, APCs, and there's a big success, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also good to mention, and I want to put more emphasis on this, Madam Speaker, that in the President's speech and in the report table before this, there is a big concern to all of us Kenyans that there is an increase in the reported cases of kidnapping, killings, femicides, and abduction and forced disappearance of Kenyans. And they have been emerging as a growing concern, motivated mainly by ransom demands and at times linked to human trafficking. And these crimes have targeted not just Kenyans, but also foreign nationals, and enhanced collaboration between law enforcement, mobile service providers, and improved investigation, while freezing suspect bank accounts has helped disrupt this criminal network. Madam Speaker, I know, of course, the work of the police and our security officers are not an easy one. And as Kenyans at times, it's very easier for us to pinpoint fingers, condemn them when there are things probably not going the right way. But I think it's also good to appreciate that it's a big, good job done by the same officers, even if it's not reported openly, Madam Speaker. And I can confirm to you that what our officers are doing in North Rift, Northeastern, in areas of Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, to make sure that this country is secure and safe, it is, Madam Speaker, a commendable good job. I can confirm that to you as the Chair of Internal Security, Madam Speaker. And just recently, Madam Speaker, and I think the leader of majority had mentioned that in the recent past, Madam Speaker, there is the issue of, just want to mention, Madam Speaker, there was the case of the murder of the taxi driver from Mombasa, Victoria Mumbua Muloki, and that abduction and the murder of Amina, Dahobo, Dauda Museba, the ladies from Isli, and of course also the killing of the Well Fargo human resource manager Willie Sayuko. Madam Speaker, our security officers responded on time and managed to bring the culprit and the suspects to books. And those are commendable and commendable good jobs that has been done by our officers. That's not, Madam Speaker, not to say that there's still much to be done. And that's why the Kenya Kwanza government continuously training, equipping, increasing their skills.
I'll just give you a minute.
It's true. You know, this topic is much, Madam Speaker. I can't, of course, say it all. But I want to say this, Madam Speaker. It's also good to appreciate that there is a very clear distinction between abduction and arrest. And our Constitution and our laws are very clear. On the issue when a suspect commits a crime, the law says that within 24 hours, they should be produced before the court. And if need be, that the police security agents want time to continue investigation, they seek the leave from the courts. And that is the spirit, and that should be still what our law says. And that is, I think, even what the president said very clearly. So the issue of abduction, the issue, Madam Speaker, of kidnapping, it is not allowed in our law. So that is the spirit of our Constitution. That is what the Act says, and should remain so. Lastly, Madam Speaker, of course, I want to mention this, Madam Speaker, that Kenya, national security is a bedrock of our development and sovereignty. And the report reflects the resilience, adaptivity of our nation in the face of evolving threats. While we celebrate the achievement outlined in the presidential report, we must acknowledge the work that remains still undone and need to be done. As this House debates this finding, let us commit to supporting the security sector through robust legislation, oversight, and resource allocation. And I support Madam Speaker. And I'm so grateful to get the opportunity to contribute to this report.
Okay, the honorable member, nominated member, Honorable Dorothy Kiara. Honorable Mbui, you'll get an opportunity. You just weren't here when the leadership was starting. But
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too want to raise my voice as I applaud the speech by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Honorable Speaker, in all the themes that the President pronounced himself on, he collectively reflected on a more accountable, more inclusive, and more economically stable country. Honorable Speaker, this country has had people who have had their own reservations and doubts on what is going on in our country. But Honorable Speaker, it was very, very clear from His Excellency that a number of things and almost very many issues that he has touched on are moving on very smoothly. Honorable Speaker, if I may say, the economic stability of this country, His Excellency highlighted that inflation has dropped from 9.6% to 2%. Honorable Speaker, this is very evident because if you go to our shops today, the prices of unga, price of the common commodities that we use on a daily basis, they are affordable, Honorable Madam Speaker. Therefore, this is a clear reflection that inflation in this country has stabilized. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the Adani deal, this is something that was being canvassed by almost everyone, Honorable Madam Speaker. But the Adani deal was a deal maybe that never worked very well as at the anticipation of what we needed to do as a country. There is no way, Honorable Speaker, that we stop supporting projects that are interim with our development. Honorable Speaker, the facelift of our airports is long overdue. If you go to other countries like Singapore, that we normally say we were at par during independence, and now they are very far away from us, you realize that when you arrive at the airport, everything lands seamlessly, Honorable Madam Speaker. And therefore, we want to encourage the existing facilities to be improved, and we want to urge the President advisors to do due diligence before coming up with the next investor who will be able to take care of our airport. We want our airport to be an hub center which will serve East Africa and the entire Africa the way we get proper services from other countries. Honorable Speaker, I want to go straight to education. Honorable Speaker, on the CBC, the President pronounced himself on this particular program, the competence-based curriculum that was initiated way back in 2017. Honorable Speaker, the improvement therein, which has enabled us to be where we are today, with the improvement of our structures, enrollment of more students in our schools, employment of teachers. To date, we are talking of the 56,000 teachers who are employed, 46,000 who are permanent and who have been turned to permanent and pensionable. Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, let me run to femicide, and I want, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, to say the killing of our women and girls should come to a stop, and I want, Honorable Speaker, the death penalty needs to be actioned. Honorable Speaker, if you take a life, you lose a life. Honorable Speaker, this is the only equalizer that will make people know life is precious. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the President's speech.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Thika Town, Honorable Alice Nganga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise also to put a word on the presidential speech that was done last week by the President. Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying that I was very happy when the President discussed about femicide and the measures that we are supposed to take. And also, he went further. He had a meeting with members of this House and promised them that he was going even set aside 100 million aside to try and fight with this menace that is really getting out of hand. Honorable Speaker, I can say that women, we are women, we need to be respected. We are sisters, we are mothers, we are daughters of these gentlemen who are in this house and outside there. And we all know that when you give a woman a seed, that woman usually gives you a baby. If you give a woman a house, that woman usually gives you a home. You give a woman groceries, the woman will give you a meal. You give her a smile, you will get a beautiful heart. Her work is to multiply and enlarge what is usually given to her. So I don't understand what has really happened to our nation, and we have started killing very precious women, very precious mothers, And let me say this, Honorable Speaker. These murderers cannot be told that they are choosing a few age group of women. It is across the board, Honorable Speaker. They are killing even young girls. They are killing old mothers. They are killing middle-aged. And we are asking our men outside there, please love us. God is love. Love the women of this nation. Please stop killing us. We are asking you, you cannot survive without us. You cannot survive without a mother. You cannot survive without a daughter. You cannot survive without a sister. So if you cannot kill your own mother, if you cannot kill your own sister, you cannot kill your own, so stop killing other people's daughters and mothers. So when the president, in his address, stated that we are going to look into it, I was really very happy and really very impressed, because at least we'll be safe. Women will be safe. Right now, as we speak, we are not safe, and it is taking a very long time. We can see the rape test that happened last week. We have only seen today in the morning, that is when the gentleman, I wonder whether he was arrested or he just walked into the station. He was avoiding to be arrested over the weekend, only to wait for today so that he can go to the police station to go to court and be released on a bail. We need to look into it, and we don't take matters of death. One life is very important, very important. One life is very important. So we stop this killing and we look into it. Even my committee will look into it. When that money comes, it needs to go all the way to the grassroots, and we talk. Even the community and the churches need to come on board to protect our young mothers, our women, our children. Honorable Speaker, let me also say that the president also spoke about the JSS, the classrooms that are ongoing for grade 9. And I believe by the time the schools will be reopening in January, the classrooms will be ready to accommodate our JSS grade 9 so that the running can move on very smoothly without any hinge or interruption. I also want to thank the government, because so far, last year and this year, 2024, we have been able to hire 56,000 teachers, and the president also promised by January this year we have hired 20,000 more teachers in January, so that a student of JSS grade 9 can be taken care of. Let me also say that I'm also very happy about SHA, Taifa Care. Honorable Speaker, I know even where you come from. Every day we were giving out money for health services. As from next week, even my own constituency, I want to go on a campaign trail to register as many people as I can in my constituency so that they can join the Taifa Care. Because with this, Honorable Speaker, and it is working, it's only that our people are not aware that this is a very good model so long as you are registered, and it is actually paying for people their medication and hospital bills, the one they could not pay earlier. So I want to tell every member of this House, let us go back home.
You can have a minute to finish.
Okay. Thank you very much. We register as many people as possible so that the bills that were accruing before will not be facing those bills, because every person, when they register, I have had so many testimonies from my constituency where people have been paid for by the Taifa Care. So I'm asking the members of this House, let us go back home, let us register our people so that they can stop suffering. And also, I will not also forget, because I have 1 more minute, that our farmers are happy with the cherry fund. 1.5 billion Kenya shillings for coffee was released to our farmers. And that's why we have seen also in the sugar sector that we are not importing more sugar. We are able to sustain ourselves at the sugar sector, because we have already been given fertilizer for farmers, and we have seen the output is really very good. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Asante.
Okay, the Honorable Robert Mbui. And I think those who have spoken, please remove your cards. I think Honorable Member for Malava, you've already spoken. Honorable Atandi, you've spoken. Pull out your cards.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a technical hitch I've had. That's why the systems are not removing their names. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to add my voice, not praise, on this speech by His Excellency, the President's address to Parliament. I hesitate to paint a rosy picture, especially because the public know otherwise. Madam Speaker, you know, numbers don't lie. When we talk about issues to do with the economy, we cannot be telling the public that we are doing so well when people cannot even meet their basic needs. Madam Speaker, we are aware that under the current regime, taxes have been increased, so there is less spending power. Yet, even despite that, there is very little new development that is going on in the country. Madam Speaker, we have heard here that Kenya's exchange rate has dropped. Madam Speaker, when this regime came into power, the Kenyan shilling was 123 exchanging to the dollar. Now it is 129. How is that a drop? When this regime came into power, they pushed it all the way up to 160. Now when they sort out the mess they created, now it becomes a drop. It is not a drop because we must compare this regime and the previous regime. Madam Speaker, we are being told that inflation is at a low of 2.7%. It is a simple calculation that you need to understand. Inflation is the price of goods and services. When people have no money to spend, then you cannot raise the prices because the prices are set by the laws of demand and supply. So if there's no money to spend, there's no demand. Therefore, prices cannot go up. So inflation obviously has to improve. So, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the economy, I don't think we are doing very well. Madam Speaker, on education, the funding model has failed Kenyans. A lot of our children do not know whether they will do exams at the end of the year. And a lot of them haven't even gotten the money. You saw lecturers going on strike. We are happy that that was sorted out. But Madam Speaker, the CS for education was in the House. And we talked about GSS classes, transition to next year, 2025. Madam Speaker, the CS told us here that they are putting up 16,000 classes. The next day, I think on Saturday, he was talking about 18,000 classes. I'm beginning to ask myself, who do I believe? The CS that was in the House on Wednesday or the CS that was speaking in a public baraza on Saturday? Because those are two totally different figures. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is this, that the number of schools is much, much more than the number of classes that are being put up. And, of course, they are not even talking about the issue of the laboratories because junior secondary is a secondary school that requires laboratories and workshops for those science and technical subjects. Madam Speaker, on the issue of housing, His Excellency the President told us there are very many houses that are now ready for Kenyans to purchase. And I ask myself, Madam Speaker, these houses are built on public land. These houses are built using our taxpayers' money. Why is the government selling these houses? Why can't you ballot and give those people that are lucky to get these houses? Because we have already, it's like you have built a road on taxpayers' money. You cannot pull a toll and start charging us. So it's the same thing. I think when it comes to issue of housing, the houses have been built. Let them be balloted and be given to Kenyans because you cannot sell me something that you have built with my money. If it is my money and you've built it, it becomes mine. Madam Speaker, on the values and principles of good governance that the President was to deal with, the first one on Article 10(2)(a) is the issue of democracy and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, the agencies of government have been weaponized, always against the Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I want to give an example of the former President, Uhuru Kenyatta. His own son was being harassed that he's in possession of firearms that are not supposed to be in his arms. Yet he had been given these firearms in a legal manner. We have weaponized the security systems. The youth came to attempt to give their opinion to the National Assembly under Article 37, which is our constitutional mandate. The young man that was shot outside Parliament is a person from my constituency. Madam Speaker, tens of young people, the future of this country has been killed using government bullets. How is that supposed to be a good state of the nation, Madam Speaker? So I want to say on the issue of the rule of law, this regime has failed. On the matter of participation of the people, you know, we ignored the voices of the people in 2023 finance bill. We ignored the voices of the people in the 2024 finance bill. Now we're ignoring the voice of the church. And Madam Speaker, as a result of that, there's always going to be consequences. Madam Speaker, it's important to note that also Article 10(2)(b) of how come other people are getting was given an opportunity to finish their sentence, except me. If you don't want me in the house, tell me. I have other things I can do.
You see, what you should have done, Honorable Mbui, is, may I get a minute? You make a request, you don't shout. Honorable Mbui, the proper way, every member has been saying, may I have an extra minute to finish my sentence? Because you didn't ask for time, you just... the Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the State of the Nation address by His Excellency. Honorable Speaker, just to respond to some of the allegations made by my colleague, Honorable Mbui, you remember that Honorable Mbui was part of the team that was demonstrating with sufurias on the head, claiming that the price for unga was very high. Right now, as we speak, as a farmer, the price of unga has gone down. When we came into government, the price of unga was 260 shillings. Today, as we speak, 2 kilograms of unga is 120 shillings, or down to even 100 shillings. Honorable Speaker, the price of fertilizer was 7,000 shillings. It came down to 3,500, and as we speak today, it's 2,500 shillings by 50 kilograms of fertilizer. And that has made the cost of food to go down. And it's part of the contributory factor to the inflation coming down to 2.7. Figures don't lie, Honorable Speaker. We are talking of what is happening. Today, if you go, there is nobody complaining about the price of unga. So, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about even the issues about CPC, we know that when CPC was started by the President Uhuru's government, and President RUTO has done quite a lot. One, to be able to make sure that the CPC works. Two, to build more classrooms for the CPC children, and to ensure that we have enough classrooms to make sure that all our learners are able to learn in a decent and more comfortable environment. Honorable Speaker, this House passed the 4 health bills. That's the national health insurance, the national health insurance fund model to Taifa Care, through the digital health bill, through the SHIF bill, the act, through the primary health care act, and also through the facility improvement fund. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, the challenges that we face in implementing the universal health care are waning down. They are gradually being addressed by our Taifa Care officers, and this will ensure that Kenyans receive better health care. As we speak today, I saw an article where the governor for Garissa, for Wajir, was praising to say that someone was able to be operated on hip replacement all the way in Wajir, and the cost was made by SHA. We are hearing many of the praises where people are saying how far these systems are working. Honorable Speaker, last week on Wednesday, I tabled in this House a list that was presented by the Permanent Secretary, Principal Secretary for Health, Ari Kimutai, in which every constituency, every county, an officer from SHA and an officer from Digital Health Agency has been allocated responsibilities to make sure that every Kenyan is registered. And I want to urge the members, please go through that list. It's at the table office. Know who is the person responsible for your constituency. Coordinate. The numbers are provided, their mobile numbers. Coordinate with them so that you can have your constituents register for these services. Because you don't register when you are at the hospital.
it is easier for you to register before being sick, so that when you go to the hospital, you can access these services. The services at the level 2, level 3 are accessible to every Kenyan. And the services at level 4, 5, and 6 are accessible to those who are paid up members, those who have made their statutory contributions. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the President's address and look forward that many of the issues which he raised for implementation will be able to be carried out by both us as a House.
The MP for Jomvu, Badi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipatia fursa hii ili na mimi kuweza kuchangia katika hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kwanza kuunga mkono hotuba hii ya Mheshimiwa Rais. Alafu vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto kwa ile hotuba ambayo alikuja weza kukitoa hapa katika bunge hili. Na kule kwetu Mombasa tunasema hotuba ile aliitoa kichwa kikavu bila kusoma mahali. Kwa hivyo alisoma hotuba ile akijua anasema nini. Kichwa kikavu bila kusoma mahali. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tumemwona Mheshimiwa Rais akiwa ameweza kugusia mambo kadha wa kadha. Mambo ya usalama. Mheshimiwa Rais, kusema ule ukweli, jambo la usalama ni jambo la maana sana. Kwa ajili hatuwezi kufanya maendeleo bila maneno ya usalama. Alafu vile vile Mheshimiwa Rais kumuunga mkono Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto katika hotuba yake ni kusema kuwa katika jambo la usalama, pale kwangu mimi Jomvu niliweza kuchukua hatamu ya uongozi tukiwa tunaweza kuhudumikiwa na police station ama kituo cha polisi kutoka Changamwe kikifanya kazi Jomvu na Changamwe. Lakini Mheshimiwa Rais, Speaker, jambo kama hili lina muhimu sana, jambo la usalama. Leo tukiangalia tumetia maanani katika wodi zangu zote 3. Kila wodi ina kituo cha polisi ambayo watu wanaweza kusaidika kwa mambo ya hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema kuwa Mheshimiwa Rais alizungumzia mambo ya huduma ya matibabu. Mimi nawasihi watu kuona kuwa watu katika maeneo zetu na haswa Jomvu, mimi nataka kusema hivi sasa tunaendelea na usajili wa mambo ya huduma ya matibabu, kwa sababu tunataka watu wetu wawe watapata huduma ya matibabu kama alivyosema Mheshimiwa Rais. Leo tumeona kuhusiana na mambo ya mfumo wa elimu, alizungumza mambo haya na tunaona mambo kama haya yanaendelea kuwa vizuri. Hata leo Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi kama viongozi wa Pwani tumekuwa na mkutano naye pale Ikulu ya Nairobi, na ametuzungumzia juu ya mambo ya elimu, ambapo kuna umuhimu wa kuongeza walimu zaidi kama alivyosema, ili kuona kuwa tunaweza kuwasaidia watu wetu wawe wataweza kupata maneno ya elimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema hakuna siasa ambayo haikosi maneno. Watu wapiga maneno sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Leo tunaona nyumba zimetengezwa kule Pakistan. Tumeona nyumba katika sehemu nyingi sana zimeweza kutengenezwa. Maneno ambayo kwa lugha ya Kizungu tunasema affordable housing. Watu wameanza kufaidika. Na yule ambaye hataki kufaidika akae kando, aache wale ambao watakufaidika. Lakini jambo la makao ni jambo muhimu katika maisha ya binadamu. Hata mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati fulani nilipokwenda Homa Bay, nilisimama na Mheshimiwa akikariri sana juu ya kuangalia watu wake wanaweza kuishi vipi vizuri kule Homa Bay, ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Bensouda. Alitaka watu wake wataweza kuishi vizuri kabisa, na jambo kama hili twaona laoana na mawazo ya Mheshimiwa Bensouda na yale ambayo Mheshimiwa Rais William Samoei Ruto ameweza kuyasema. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, na kushukuru kwa kunipa fursa hii kwa kuweza mimi pia kuchangia katika hotuba hii ya rais. Lakini la zaidi, rais alinifurahisha alipoweza kuitupilia mbali ile kandarasi ya huyu Adani. Adani kandarasi yake ya kule katika viwanja vya ndege na pia vile vile Ketrako. Kwa hivyo jambo hili Mheshimiwa Rais aliweza kujizatiti na kujiweka kifua mbele na kusimama wima ili kuona aweze kuchukua hatua hii ngumu ili kusikiza sauti ya wananchi wake wa Kenya. Kwa haya Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Farah Maalim ambaye ni kiongozi wetu tunayekuheshimu, mentor wetu, na kushukuru.
Honorable members, you will bear with me. There seems to be a small challenge in the system. So some of you who came early and then it keeps on, order. Order. When the chair is talking, just listen. So I'm being guided by those of you who came very early, and you will all get an opportunity. I will start with Honorable Hindikiri, and then followed by Madam Bensouda, and then I'll come to order. 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 Order, Honorable members. Proceed. The chair is going to be...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I think that machine needs to be looked out. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make comments on the state of address by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President demonstrated leadership, Mr. Speaker. A good leader will always listen, and a good leader will always try and give solutions. I want to thank His Excellency the President for accepting there are issues affecting the Kenyan citizen. A good leader will not wash away these issues. He will listen and try to give solutions. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President understands that he campaigned on the platform of bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And I want to thank him because he has lived to that promise. Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of disruptions in the country for the last 2 years. But despite those challenges, His Excellency the President understands the issues that affect the Kenyan public. Mr. Speaker, the President has shown commitment of offering solutions in various sectors of this economy. Mr. Speaker, the President understands there are issues affecting the education funding problem. Mr. Speaker, the President understands the education sector requires adequate infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the President understands that the JSS requires teachers. Mr. Speaker, the President understands there is transition from the old system to the new system. Mr. Speaker, the President has never shied to show his commitment to what is happening in the education sector. And Mr. Speaker, the President has directed that all of us, including the executive and those in the administration, that we need to all of us speak and tell Kenyans what the President is talking about. Mr. Speaker, the President made promises on better health in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are all part and parcel of Cha and Chief. And Mr. Speaker, what has happened is not the President's fault. It is implementation fault. And that cannot be construed to mean that the system in the health sector is failing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one constituency that needs to speak about the success of this government is the county government, Mr. Speaker. It is like the county government have run away from making comment and appreciating what the national government is doing. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the county government to pick from where the President has left and start telling Kenyans what the national government is doing in support of the government. Mr. Speaker, the President has spoken about the food security. We want to thank the Almighty God because, Mr. Speaker, we have had adequate rainfall throughout the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker. Let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, the President looked and addressed the issues affecting our youth. ICT hubs, the Mr. President has been trying to do. Let's understand the foreign job opportunities that the president has been trying to address. Let's not forget the role the president is playing in terms of boosting the local manufacturing. All of these are geared towards creating of employment for our youth. Mr. Speaker, the president understands that this economy was near collapse. He has not refused, he has accepted. And what Mr. President has been trying to do is to create solutions to the financial management of this country. Mr. Speaker, I would say His Excellency has embraced fully the effect and the consequences solely, and how to clear the foreign debt. Mr. Speaker, the President understands that there are pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the President understands there is corruption. Mr. Speaker, and the President understands that we need to boost revenue collection. All these were contained in his speech. Mr. Speaker, what a leader does is to give hope. And I want to thank Mr. President because he gave Kenyan hope. Other people in the times of crisis, they ran away. I thank Mr. President because he always gives the hope to our people. And when he says we shall do, that does not mean that he has broken the promise. He is giving Kenyan hope, and that's a responsibility of any leader. I want to thank you because Mr. President is taking this country.
Honorable Bensouda, and then followed by Honorable Makali Mulu and order, honorable members. Order. You're all equally very important. Nobody's more important than the other. And I'm looking at all these things. I know the system is a problem, but I make sure that I'll accommodate you all. Proceed, Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, I rise to make my contribution in the presidential address on the state of the nation. I analyzed the presentation, and I want to say and register that it was precise for the first time, with a clear introduction, the body and conclusion, and submission was done before this House. That I accept. I want to register in this House, Mr. Speaker, saying planning and implementation are different things. I want to acknowledge that the President is on the path of listening, which is critical of a leader. I'm contributing or making my contribution and acknowledgement that he recognized and said that he'll work with speed to ensure that during his tenure, 2/3 gender rule is implemented. I want to rise categorically and say that number one, the 2/3 gender rule as women reps, this point I'm contributing on behalf of the 47 women representatives of this nation. We have a hard-working PS, and we acknowledge the work that she's doing. In the event of reshuffling, because the President has chosen the path of listening, let Madam PS Ann remain there. But I'm disappointed that it is the only ministry without the CS. I know the President is listening, and soon a woman CS nominee. That is the only ministry being run by a PS and a CS. We need action on that. Still on 2/3 gender rule, taking care of the interests of the women. In the financial cycle, Mr. President has chosen the path of listening. He promised the 47 women reps an additional of 1 billion. 1 billion had been given, and he promised the sanitary towels, which we received 940 in last financial year. This year, Mr. President, listen to the women representatives. We are told they are pending bills, and the sanitary parts have not been given a clear framework. We know and we appreciate Mr. President listened and removed the sanitary towels from the Ministry of Education to Ministry of Gender. The students will be soon opening schools. We want to receive our sanitary towels. So I know on 2/3 gender rule, taking care of the women's interest, Mr. President has listened to me. On the issue of gender-based violence, Mr. President said that he's very keen and appreciated the caucus that went and visited State House. I happen not to have been amongst them, but I know that they went there categorically to voice out the voice of the women. And on that day over the news, I saw the President said and pledged that he's giving 100 million. This 100 million, I believe, it is a good start, but not adequate, and neither meant for certain regions, but he should consider ensuring that all 47 women representatives and the deaths of the gender-based violence whether they are bestowed at the police stations, at the headquarters. We want clear engagement on this. We are calling upon Mr. President that this must happen. On his speech, I also established that the President is keen of SMEs. I want to say that on SMEs, digitalization is a key component of developing and advancing our nation. But Mr. President, we would want to say that the digital borrowing of WEF and Youth Economic Empowerment funds is not making meaningful growth. And so let the ordinary method that was being used, and this fund, I know, this House can legislate and make it be bestowed under the women representatives, because they are the ones who take the course on affirmative action. Mr. President, as Mr. President also acknowledged the issue of education. As a teacher, I cannot fail to acknowledge his concerns. I highly acknowledge his concern that universities in this country had come to their knees. I don't know what time it's going to take this country to bring them up so that quality of education in this country is not compromised. Twice we have seen the lecturers in the same year go on strike, an embarrassing situation. I want to believe that his concern of ensuring that adequate funding to our universities will occur so that we never see lecturers be on street. And we see the collective bargaining agreements adhered to. I'm also concerned on the competency.
You have half a minute.
Half a minute.
Proceed.
I'm concerned that grade 9, 8, and 7 are bestowed at the primary level. But you find that the Form 1 classrooms are going to be into waste. A concern that the Ministry of Education should check into, since policy agreements are there, which is stated. Categorically meaningful engagement. There is a monster at the Teacher Service Commission. The CEO at the Teachers Suffering Center, if I may call it. Never in the office, never listen to people. So I wonder when she's going to have meaningful engagement. And the teachers are suffering. Lack of promotion. We want Nancy Macharia categorically to stop leaving the PA to handle people when we go there. We want meaningful engagement in all sectors. There are some officers who engage meaningfully with the legislatures. This is for purposes of service delivery. There are some officers we have realized the askari manages you not to access those officers. The president said meaningful engagement. Meaningful engagement with the county government.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice to the presidential speech. And admitted that the country is not where he promised Kenyans it will be, but is also not where we started, which means he has realized some achievements. But Speaker, I want to confirm to the country that the pace of achieving those achievements is very slow, and Kenyans wish that he could improve the pace. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on the issue of national values and principles of governance. Honorable Speaker, I've read through the speech, and I just want to pick a few of them just to explain to us what is happening. Honorable Speaker, the issue of being inclusive as a national value is an issue which needs to be improved. Honorable Speaker, we can never have a country where, in terms of public appointments, we see skewness towards some regions. That cannot be fair for the country. The second item, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of equity. Honorable Speaker, we will continue saying it. The issue of equity in this country is an issue which is wanting, Honorable Speaker. This morning, Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the Kenya Gazette on the issues of administrative units, which have been approved by the Ministry of Interior. Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised. Some areas which really demand and require these additional units are not getting. And those ones which hardly require them are getting. Honorable Speaker, I do not have a country where some areas are getting favors and others are being left behind. So the issue of equity, Honorable Speaker, automatically requires some improvement. The issue of human rights, Speaker, is a governance issue. is also an issue which the country is not achieving the expected standards. Honorable Speaker, we have seen human rights of Kenyans being abused. And I think it's time, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about abductions, when we talk about people being shot, these are the issues which this country needs to improve. And we are saying the president is trying, as he did say in his statement, but I think there is room for improvement. And as Kenyans would want to see these areas being improved, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to come to the area of corruption. It's good that there was an admission, Honorable Speaker, that we need to face this animal called corruption face on, Honorable Speaker. And the issue of Adani was very encouraging, Honorable Speaker. When I heard the president mention Adani and the cancellation of the contracts, that was very good. But still, Honorable Speaker, we have said Adani has also been mentioned to be also in SHA. How I wish that the element in SHA could also be discontinued, Honorable Speaker. Let me comment briefly about the economy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know economic issues are not simple. And there are basic principles of economics, Honorable Speaker, that when things happen, we expect other things to happen. Honorable Speaker, I want to give you an example. It was reported that interest rates are going down. Under normal circumstances, Honorable Speaker, when interest rates are going down, we expect credit to private sector to increase. Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised if you look at the figures which have been recorded. Honorable Speaker, the statistics are saying otherwise, which means we need to question this reduction of interest rates, Honorable Speaker. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, is inflation. And I think Honorable Boone did say it well. I hear so many of my colleagues talking about inflation coming down. If you look at the range, Honorable Speaker, the range which Kenyans is targeting is between 5 plus 2.5, 5 minus 2.5, which means we are within the range. But what is very surprising, Honorable Speaker, is that despite the inflation coming down, Kenyans are complaining about the cost of living. And the way I look at it as an economist, Honorable Speaker, is that the reason why the prices are coming down is because we have suppressed demand, that people have no money to buy, and since demand surpasses supply, then prices come down. These are basic principles of economics, and you can't change them, Honorable Speaker. So even as inflation comes down, we need to look at what is happening out there, Honorable Speaker. The last one, Forex, Honorable Speaker. The foreign exchange, Honorable Speaker, from 169 to 129. Those are the statistics, Honorable Speaker. But the question is, are we controlling this? Is it being controlled? We know we are under a flexible foreign exchange regime. But I suspect, Honorable Speaker, that these are not the market forces, Honorable Speaker. Even as we pride ourselves to have 4.8 months of reserves, Honorable Speaker, I ask myself, is this, these dollars, are they generated through exporting, or are these through the loans we are getting from IMF and the World Bank? And that these are the hard questions, Honorable Speaker. Unless they are answered, Honorable Speaker, we will be having what we call optics. And
the Honorable Wangwe, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join my colleagues in noting the speech of His Excellency the President. And first and foremost, I want to thank Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, for having passed the 2010 Constitution and given us Article 132(1)(c), particularly empowering members of Parliament to witness and also comment on the President's speech. All around, Honorable Speaker, it would have been very difficult for any Kenyan to talk about the President's speech. But through the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, we are now able to talk about it, give it the critique it deserves, and Honorable Speaker, make it is constitutional. Allow me to appreciate the President on the first time, Honorable Speaker, on talking about the shilling and responding to the shilling in his speech, Honorable Speaker. The shilling is a measure of an economy, Honorable Speaker, that enables its people to trade. And Honorable Speaker, looking at what the shift of the shilling from 162 to 129, and also looking at what Honorable Mbui was referring to as the old regime at 123, it means, Honorable Speaker, the current regime is working and was able to respond accordingly to a shilling that was rising. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we don't give credit to the past, we give gratitude to the present. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's in order to applaud the President that is doing something on the Kenyan shilling, and therefore that's why we have it at that position. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of inflation, I know many economists have put it that it's in doubt. They want to look at the figures responding in different positions, Honorable Speaker, but also Kenyans have a right to look at what is happening today. The shift in food supplies, Honorable Speaker. How much are we acquiring food at? I think this is a position, Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate the President that actually this inflation quoted here is responding to actually the cost of food on the shelf. When you look at in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, a gorogoro of maize used to go for 200 shillings, 180 shillings. Today, Honorable Speaker, is doing at 100 shillings. That automatically means anyone who has 100 is able to acquire that meal at that time. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, for those who have a different view on the economics of inflation, Honorable Speaker, I think Kenya should give them another time to look at the model on how inflation should be computed. It should also face practical appearance rather than theoretical, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to commend the President on the issue of the foreign exchange reserves. Foreign exchange reserves, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for you to have a 4.8-month reserve is not a mean achievement. It means, Honorable Speaker, our country, God forbid, should we be blocked from importation, we can survive with the forex reserves that we have for the next 4.8 months. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, Kenya is not just a small economy. We are an economy on the rise, we are an economy on the move, and Honorable Speaker, in the East African region, when you look and measure ourselves to our brothers in the neighborhood, definitely you can be able to know where are we. Without mentioning our friendly nations, this is a good position that gives Kenya a headway in terms of running any foreign trade. Honorable Speaker, I want to applaud the President, his comment and his actions in the sugar sector, Honorable Speaker. And on the onset, Honorable Speaker, the Leader of Majority mentioned the issue of the sugar law that has just come into force. And Honorable Speaker, the President mentioned the issue of 17 factories, the production of 84,000 metric tons against our consumption of 40,000 metric tons. Honorable Speaker, what it means is we are able to stock about 44,000 metric tons every month to carry forward for in the event, Honorable Speaker, factories are going to undergo maintenance. I want to thank the President for appointing the Honorable Engineer Gumbo as the chairman of Kenya Sugar Board under the new law. Honorable Speaker, everyone in this House knows Honorable Engineer Gumbo. He is a strong person. He has been a chair of PAC in this House. He is a man who can lead this organization to the next front. And as the sponsor of the bill and now the law, Honorable Speaker, I'm proud that the President has appointed the right man to take the industry to the next level. Honorable Gumbo is a no-nonsense person. He will take the sugar sector head-on, and any challenges, Honorable Speaker, he is capable of handling. Honorable Speaker, the only caution I would want to put to millers is that let them stock and have enough reserves, especially during factory maintenance. We do not want to see a situation where when it approaches factory maintenance, now factories turn to farmers and pretend that they are not able to sell so that they carg the sugar board to make more importations. We don't want to see that. Now that you are producing enough good.
Yeah, me MP for Kwanza, followed by the...
Thank you, the Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. What?
The MP for Kwanza,
yes,
followed by the MP for Imenti Central, and then the MP for Narok Pareyo. Chair has a lot of ways in, and you will all get an opportunity. The MP for Sotik, just relax.
I just want to take this opportunity personally on my own behalf and on behalf of the people I represent to applaud the President for having had such a trace to the nation through this House. The Speaker, I followed their trace to the letter. And I want to tell the Kenyans and my people at home that actually the President is up to the task, because he talked about many things. Many, of course, my colleagues have mentioned, particularly in bringing cost of living down. We know, of course, that the prices of even sugar and even flour was very high. He managed to bring it down. He has gone ahead, and he told us he's actually going out of the country to be able to get employment for our youth, which is true. And I can tell you that the Speaker, most of the youths actually we have here, because we don't have those opportunities here, the youths actually are getting some employment both in the Middle East and even in Europe. And I want to say that that mention again encouraging, because two of my neighbors in my area actually manage to get those opportunities, and I think that's good. Secondly and thirdly, I also want to take this opportunity. We have the exchange rate, which was very high, and as mentioned, which is true. The exchange rate actually means importation of even a fuel. The fuel price was very high, and you know, this was actually the economy that he took over from, and the opportunity that he has made is that you find now because the exchange rate is very, very stable, the fuel prices actually are down. Of course, the last 2 years, we've had the deployment of our youths to Haiti. Those are not wazee kama mimi, not wazee kama, but youth actually have gone to Haiti, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that getting the reports from what is happening, the world now respects this country. The world respects this country because we actually are taking part with Americans to be able to bring harmony in Haiti. Lastly and not least, I want also to mention that in agriculture, I'm a farmer myself, apart from what I'm doing here, and many of them, and I've just mentioned, my colleague here has mentioned about sugar. Of course, he has brought down the price of sugar. He stabilized the price of sugar, and now 17 factories that actually were almost collapsing have been revived. That's what he told us, and I want to take this opportunity to thank him and to continue actually helping us to be able to have some of these sugar factories revived, and of course that's an opportunity for our boys and girls and whatever, for Kenyans to be able to get the jobs, and of course I'm told, and of course there'll be actually programs to export sugar. We have been importing sugar. They'll be now be able to export sugar, particularly to areas like the southern Sudan and even Ethiopia. I'm told there's that program, and therefore I think His Excellency is doing pretty well, and we just have to say he should continue doing that. And the other thing is a revival of this KCC, the new KCC, Kenya Creamery Cooperative. Of course, you had a problem, but I think he has actually had a plan to import the milk coolers. And I can tell you, I myself, I think I'm a beneficiary of the same. And now we'll have enough milk to be able to export to the Middle East, because you go to Middle East, you find the milk come from Uganda, instead of getting from here that it used to be. So the revival of the KCC is another thing that he mentioned, and I want to say echo to him, and I hope he continues and we support him at all means to be able to get some of these things actually implemented to the letter. I want to support his speech to this nation and this country. I think it was very, very right, and I want him to come back and tell us.
Where is the MP for Imenti Central? He is not in the House. Under the circumstances, I'll call upon the MP for Lari to contribute, and then I'll come into the MP for Kinango and other members, and Sotik and others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me...
Order, yeah. Then you followed by, did I say Pereyo before? Yes, after him, Pereyo, okay. Then, of course, yeah, proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to come in and note the presidential address on the State of the Nation that happened on Thursday last week. Mr. Speaker, the President did explain to Kenyans from the beginning when he took over this government that we came in at a time when there was actually no money within government. We had so many debts, where there was ballooning wage bill, and there was actually no money for development. This country at that particular moment, I think our debt had hit about 11 trillion, and the repayment was also a problem. Our president, having understood that, and as he explained, he's a listening president who understands that Kenyans have been complaining that indeed there's no money, they don't have money in their pocket, and they have actually been wondering whether we have a listening government, or even if the leadership understand the kind of problems that they're going through. And the president, Mr. Speaker, did explain that he has listened to Kenyans. He knows that we have had very difficult moments, but he had to follow just the right path to ensure that Kenyans, as we move into the future, will have a country that is going to be stable economically, where people can be able to earn a living, they're going to have money in their pocket, and they can be able to support their families. And one of the ways that the president did this is by saying that we'll no longer subsidize production. I mean, we are not going to continue to subsidize consumption. We are going to subsidize production. Because when we were dealing with consumption, what we were doing is that we were just giving money to millers. We were giving money to millers, to very few people, while Kenyans were suffering on this other end. And this money, as we realized that when this government came into power, even the money that was given as subsidy had not even been paid. One, for the ungas and the fuel was never paid. Eventually, it is the government that has borne the problem actually of paying off the debts that were left behind. So what the president has done is that he decided to give subsidized fertilizer. And this has enabled now that Kenyans have been able to go to their farms. We have been able to put food on the table, and we can actually say without fear that indeed the cost of living is going down. Remember, unga was going at about 200 shillings. Now it's going down to 100, even maybe 120, between 120 and 100. The cost of fuel was also high. Cooking oil was actually very high. Today it has gone down almost 3 times, meaning that the steps that have been taken by the government, as the president has tried to explain, they have borne fruit, and Kenyans, we are looking to a better future. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of health, we had NHIF, and with NHIF, Mr. Speaker, what we saw the other day is that we had a clinic in Nairobi that was claimed to have done more surgeries than Kenyatta National Hospital, meaning that the money that was being contributed by Kenyans into NHIF, this money was actually being stolen. And what the government is now trying to do is to streamline the same and ensure that Kenyans are able to get affordable health. That means we don't have to go to Harambes again looking for money to pay for hospital bills, because when everybody is incorporated in the Social Health Authority, in SHA, it means that we are going to have enough money to be able to pay for this. So I want to encourage Kenyans, including the people who represent the people of Lari, that we are going to go around ensuring that we are all registered so that we can be able, so that we no longer have to do Harambes. We are going to have bills in hospitals paid by the government. On the issue of education, we have seen that the government has employed teachers, 56,000 teachers, 20,000 to be employed. We have confirmed the JSS teachers, and we are going to bring in more interns, meaning that the people of Kenya moving forward, the people of Lari, school fees is going to go down, and parents, of course, the burden will have lessened. We have also seen the importation of labor, because we have one problem of 800,000 Kenyans coming to the job market every year. We don't have the jobs. So for the president to have gone out and looking for opportunities for Kenyans means that he's really listening and he cares about the Kenyans and especially the youth, and they're going to continue.
Yep. Madam Parillo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii ili nipate kuchangia hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais katika hii nyumba. Hotuba hiyo nilisikiliza kwa makini sana, na ningependa kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa sababu ya vile alizungumza na vile alionyesha kwa makini kwamba alikuwa anajua anazungumzia nini. Na ningependa kuanza kwa maneno ya elimu. Elimu, hakuna siku ingine tumewahi kupata kuajiri walimu nambari kama vile tumeajiri. Tumeajiri walimu 40,046 na pia tunaajiri wengine 20,000. Na hii si kusema kwamba wametosha, lakini ni kuonyesha kwamba nia yake kwa upande ya elimu ni nzuri, na hiyo nampongeza. Kuangalia masomo ya JSS, tulikuwa na shida ya kuchanganyikiwa kwa sababu ilikuwa na mashida mingi, na sasa tunaona madarasa imeanza kujengwa, na pia tunaona kwamba tukishapata walimu na madarasa, basi tutakuwa na mwelekeo na tutaendelea kujua tunaenda kivipi. Kwa upande ya usalama alizungumzia pia, na tunaona serikali yetu inajitolea kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama. Lakini kidogo sisi wa mama tunahofia maisha yetu, kwa sababu kila mara unasikia mama ameuawa, msichana ameuawa, hata nyanya ameuawa, na hatujawahi kupata ni kiini ya mauaji haya ni nini, na inatuweka huzuni na inatuweka hofu. Na ningependa kuwashukuru wale wa mama viongozi ambaye walienda State House, naye Mheshimiwa Rais akawaahidi kwamba atatoa milioni 100 kuhakikisha haya yote yamepatikana na usalama kwa kina mama iko. Kwa upande wa chakula, hapo mwaka uliopita kulikuwa na kilio kubwa sana kuhusu bei ya chakula, lakini Mheshimiwa Rais akatuelezea kwamba hata tupea chakula directly, lakini aliweza kuilete chini bei ya fertilizer, na sasa kila mtu ana chakula kwake, na sasa tunaelekea kununua unga hata kwa shilingi 100 kwa pakiti. Hofu yangu tu ni kwamba kuna barabara za kera, na hizi barabara za kera hatujasikia kwa ukamilifu ikizungumziwa, na hii mabarabara inatuhusu sisi tukiwa wabunge wa constituencies, kwa sababu haya mabarabara ndio yanatumika kupitisha chakula tukipeleka soko. Na hawa farmers kama wakikosa barabara ya kupeleka chakula soko, watakuwa na shida, na hata ile chakula wanalima hawatawahi kuona faida yake, na hata kusomesha watoto wao itakuwa ni shida. Kwa hivyo nataka kuiomba serikali ihakikisha hii pesa, kwa sababu bado hatujaona hii pesa kwa constituencies, ili tupate kuhakikisha kwamba haya mabarabara ambayo huwa inatengenezwa na kera yamekuwa nzuri, ili watu wapate kupitisha chakula chao. Na kuzungumzia pia maneno ya uongozi wa hii nchi, kwa sababu siasa huwezi toshelesha, kutakuwa tu na kelele, lakini nampatia heko kwa kusimama kidete na kuzungumzia ajenda yake vizuri na kuielezea, kwa sababu ni lazima tu watu wataongea. Lakini ningependa kuomba serikali ihakikishe amani iko kwa kina mama, na ihakikishe kwamba haya mabarabara nimezungumzia yaizungumziwe, ili wananchi wapate kupata hata barabara ya kupitisha wagonjwa wakiwapeleka hospitali. Pia nashukuru kwamba tutapata officers wa kuhakikisha kwamba usajili wa SHI tumejua inafanyika. Nimenyamaza kidogo nikifikiria inatamkwa namna gani. Shift sijui namna gani. Lakini tutaenda kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wetu wamejiajisili, ili wapate kupata matibabu na wapate kupata huduma, kwa sababu hakuna namna tunaweza kusema hata hawatajiajisili.
Give her a minute. Give her a minute. It's not that often that the MP for Narok North has the opportunity. Proceed. Endelea, Mheshimiwa Madam Preyo.
Asante sana. Basi mimi nataka kusema ni lazima tuhakikisha watu wetu wamejiasili, ili wapate kupata huduma. Najua wengine wananichekelea kwa sababu Kiswahili sio yetu, lakini tunajaribu kuzungumza. Asante sana.
I had said the MP for Kinangop, and then Madam, we have to do it quite a masse. Then followed by the MP for Sotik, Geleche. You will all have a chance. Don't worry. Order, honorable members, continue.
Hey, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I must acknowledge my party mate, the speaker who has just spoken, the Honorable Pareyo. It is called Taifa Care. It's just got a new name now. It's for ease of reference. Mr. Speaker, I want in a very special way to commend the president for the speech that he just made to this house last week. It is enshrined in the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, from the word go, I want also to appreciate Kenyans because of their ability to bounce back. And over the weekend, I learned a new term called bounce backability, the ability to bounce back from crisis and failure and pain. We've gone through a difficult time, but from the president's address, we got a new lease of hope as to where we're going to. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President tried to address issues that have not been addressed by his predecessors, and especially the issue of Article 43 of the Constitution, that is on economic and social rights. Because many presidents have attempted, especially the issue to do with universal health coverage, but they have not made it because in the midst of their implementation, when they get difficulties, they leave it and through the window or abandon the cause. But the president has been very consistent on the same, with the introduction of the new Taifa Care that is really going to solve many problems that we are having in this country as far as medical bills are concerned. But even as we talk about paying the bills, there is another issue that I would wish that this House addresses in terms of care, because we can just be addressing issues to do with bills that have been paid, but our people getting the requisite care or medical care that is commensurate to the bills that we are paying. Mr. Speaker, the President has also attempted to answer the question to do with adequate housing as enshrined in the Constitution, Article 43 again. The former regime tried, but got some difficulties and abandoned the cause, and actually was one of the agenda, the Big Four. But Mr. President has attempted to bring up this issue. Despite the noise that came with the Finance Bill of 2023, we are at some place, and I really want to congratulate the President for taking the bull by its horns, so to say. The other issue on the same article, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of food security. You realize, Mr. Speaker, many people, many leaders have attempted, but they've not gotten it right, because giving subsidies to consumption will never solve any problem. But once we start subsidizing inputs that we put into our agricultural production, then we are in a big way going to solve some of the problems that we've been facing in terms of hunger and importation of food that has had its toll on foreign exchange, causing our shilling to really weaken against all major currencies. And today, we witness a healing of our shilling, not because there are any other miracles that have been performed, but because we subsidized production just to make sure that we ease on importation, and therefore the demand curve is now in favor of shilling, because we are not importing as much, and therefore the demand for foreign currency has gone down. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of education, if any government gets it right on issues to do with education, on issues to do with food security, on issues to do with health, then that's a progressive government. Issues to do with education. Last year alone, we were so uncertain as to what we would do with our grade 9 students. But today, that issue has been addressed. Our parents and ourselves, because we also parents, we are resting easy, because we are sure of the transition to grade 9 and what is going to happen in the future, because we have classes. Some are still under construction, even in my constituency, I can attest to that. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of milk production and milk prices, milk production has increased to about 220,000 liters per annum. We are still low compared to countries that are going through, that are still doing the same. I try to compare our country with a country like Qatar, that is a desert. They are able to produce in one single farm, where they have 25,000 animals, 400,000 liters in one day. I think as a country, we have a long way to go, even as we sustain and give this guaranteed minimum return on milk.
You have 1 minute, MP for Kenango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your magnanimity. What I'm saying is that if we can maintain the guaranteed minimum return on milk, so that then our farmers are able to sell their milk at 50 shillings. Then we'll be empowering that person that we have been talking about, the Mama Boga, the farmers of Kinangop, the farmers of Nyandarua, the farmers of this country, by making sure that they get return from adequate return from their labor. Mr. Speaker, I thank the President, and I address him from this point and tell him to keep on and to soldier on, because we have better days ahead of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Mary Mercy, followed by Madam
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to join my colleagues in commending the President on his State of the Nation address. I must say that it was a very powerful speech, and the President indeed demonstrated to Kenyans that he's a listening President. He disappointed the naysayers who kept saying the President is a person who doesn't listen. He listens. And case in point is the Dani contracts. The pronunciation by the President to cancel those contracts with airport, with KPLC, demonstrated that the President is listening, and it was taken very well by the Kenyans. And I think that was a good thing. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to dwell on SHA, or Taifa Care. The President indeed did clarify a number of enigmatic issues, SHA being one of them. He did it in a very simplified manner and comprehensive way, and I believe that and he did it better than even the technocrats themselves in the sector. And many Kenyans understood Taifa Care from the President's explanation. I want to emphasize more, because we want Kenyans to go and register with the Taifa Care. We want Kenyans to benefit, because it's intended to benefit the most vulnerable in society. Unlike the NHIF previously, that benefited majority of the working class who could afford to pay for NHIF, Taifa Care targets the lowest of the lowest and the most vulnerable. Because the President said, once you register, you begin to receive services, you begin to benefit. You do not have to wait like previously, where you had to wait for 6 months before you start benefiting. So there is no waiting period. Secondly, this Taifa Care is more comprehensive, because it will also address surgery issues. And Honorable Speaker, I want to testify that I have tried it. I had a case in my constituency. I registered the patient immediately, took the patient to hospital, was admitted, underwent surgery because he had a broken arm. And SHA took care of the bills. What we paid was negligible. So I want to appeal to honorable members. In all our events, let's have a tent for registration. In our offices, let's have a table for registration, so that our constituents can go and register to benefit from this SHA, because it will help a lot of people. Secondly, I want also to commend the President on the achievements within the education sector, as he enumerated here. I do not want to overemphasize on employment, because colleagues have already talked about it. But also, we note that through the new funding model, we keep saying that there should be value for money. When we give bursaries, I have noticed you'll give a student bursary, they will not even complete a semester, because they'll have to drop or defer, go look for a hustle to be able to continue. But with the new funding model, the government pays 90% of the fee for the most vulnerable in society. So there is guaranteed completion, and therefore there will be value for money. Whatever little balances can be taken care by CDF. And also under the Kenya Kwanza administration, the government has been able to establish open universities. So you can now study and get your university even while at home, in the comfort of your home. Honorable Speaker, there is a lot on food security. The President decided to subsidize consumption and production as opposed to consumption. And I want to disagree with my colleague, Honorable Makali, who is saying
that the cost of living has come down because people do not have the purchasing power. No, it is because we have increased production. The government gave subsidized fertilizer. In every homestead now you'll find there is food. That is what has brought down the cost of living, brought down the cost of food. So I want to commend the president and to urge him to continue implementing the Kenya Kwanza agenda for the Kenyans to have
I had said Madam Ingeleche, then followed by the Honorable MP for Sotik and MP for Wabuye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I think from the opening remarks of the President, I was so delighted when he said that he is a listening president. There is nothing as important as having somebody who is able to listen. And even some members of the public were castigating the members of parliament that when the president said that he's cancelling the Adani and Ketrago deal on airport and Ketrago deal, members of parliament clubbed. We were so elated because we realized that our president listens. When the members of public are agitated or when they complain about something, he's able to listen. Another thing that he said that he doesn't know if at times whether there is a discussion whether the leaders understand that there is a problem in the public. That tells you and that shows you that also he is aware of what the members of public goes through, what is affecting this country. And I'm very sure that somebody who understands something and is able to confess that he really understands is able to find a solution for it. So, Mr. Speaker, let me appreciate that at least if we have somebody who listens and understands, at least that person will be able to give a well-informed decision. And Mr. Speaker, our president has chosen to the road that is less traveled, Mr. Speaker, or the unpopular one that is not frequently traveled by so many people. There are some of the things that he would have chosen not to go into them. Like many of the times since the independence of this country, many of our presidents have chosen to be normal presidents, not touching complicated and complex issues. Like we have had NHI for quite a very long time. It has not been working well. It has not been serving the members of public very well. But people would fear to touch on it. Like some of the things like university funding model. It has taken a very bold and courageous step for the president to decide and change the funding model. And Mr. Speaker, we are beginning to see fruits because it means that we will have equity in our society, whereby those who are less fortunate will not be graded equally with at least those who are a little lucky in life. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud him by realizing that in our society we are not equal, we are different. People have been blessed differently. It was so unfortunate that a member of parliament like myself and my neighbor, who maybe doesn't even have enough to be able to educate and feed his children, were paying the same fees, school fees in the university. But after grading and putting the different category of students in different bands, at least each and every Kenyan is able to access university. And also there was a crisis in this country that many people didn't realize that most of our universities were on their ICU. They were dying. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so sad because as we speak, and I'm an alumni of Moi University, I don't know if Moi University will think, where will I be telling the stories to my grandchildren in future of the university that I went to? It will be so shameful to say that you went to a defunct or a dead university. But I want to believe the university funding model will be able to revive our universities and also give a chance and a life to the less fortunate members of the society. And I'm sure these members of parliament and even those who have in the society will be happy because there will be very less and very little around base to attend to make sure that all our universities go to, all the students go to university. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, that I was so happy with the speech of the president is about the subsidy. I come from Elgeyo Marakwet County. That is a region that is people plant crops. with the subsidized fertilizer and the good weather that God blessed us with, we were supposed to get a bumper harvest, Mr. Speaker. And if you are aware, Uganda this time has closed its borders and not allowing maize to come to Kenya because they were not blessed with much rain like we were. And Mr. Speaker, that has cushioned the Kenyans from having shortage of food this year. And Mr. Speaker, I want also to appreciate and to advise governors that governors please do a last mile delivery of the fertilizer to the interiors of the counties. Like for example, in Elgeyo Marakwet, we only have the last cereals in Chesoi.
Yeah, I had half a minute, please.
Thank you. I would wish that the governor can do a last mile to the very end of Elgeyo Marakwet counties and the interior parts, because if a farmer is going to incur some other amount of money to transport the fertilizer, it will never be subsidized, Mr. Speaker, because they'll end up using a lot of money to do the delivery and it will be meaningless. So I want actually to also appreciate for the sugar factories. My brothers and sisters in Western Kenya will have employment, they'll produce sugar, and I believe in plenty that it will earn us a foreign exchange. We will have more than enough sugar, Mr. Speaker. Last but not least, I want to appreciate the additional of teachers. Those teachers will not be going to the who is who schools, Mr. Speaker. It will go to the village schools, the public primary schools, where parents who are not able to take their children to private schools take their children. They have been suffering because they've not been having enough teachers to teach the already suffering children by their parents not being able to pay the private schools. And I want to appreciate him for seeing that and feeling that as students.
The MP for Webuye, followed by the MP for Sotik, and then MP for Ruiru and Kagombe, Mheshimiwa. Imrua, you'll be in the next group. Just relax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to appreciate the President for performing his duty and responsibility under Article 132 of reporting to the nation on matters of critical centrality to the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I just want to laud him for accepting and being sensitive and demonstrating that he's a listening president by first cancelling the Adani deal. The Adani deal, the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, had pronounced themselves clear that it was not a good deal. And the president cancelling it is a demonstration that he is sensitive and he is responsive to the needs and the expectation of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I want to ask him is that in future, we must always ensure that we are doing due diligence before we enter into contracts that might in future put us in problems and into shame that we have seen with the Adani deal. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President because for a very, very long time, while Kenyans under Article 43 gave the government a responsibility of ensuring that they give Kenyans affordable and quality health care. The previous regime had failed to provide this. But I'm happy that now through SHA, we are now rolling down the provision of universal health care. I thank the President, Honorable Speaker, that the government has gone out of its way to invest and put money in the roll down of SHA, and especially in payment of debts that even sometimes, Mr. Speaker, that have been outstanding even for the last 10 years, especially for the private facilities and faith-based facilities, and even some public facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my only prayer and wish is that county governments must also do their part. National government is doing so well in provision of the software. The county government must also provide the hardware.
The hardware this means the responsibility of building hospitals, the level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. It is clearly under Schedule 4 under the county government. And so the county government must also do their part in supporting the national government in the provision of healthcare infrastructure and also even issues around medicine. That is the work of the county government. Mr. Speaker, we cannot provide Kenyans a healthcare that is affordable without county government doing their part. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank His Excellency on the issue of education. I know the President is doing everything that he can to ensure that he reforms education. My only prayer again is that we must also go out of our way to ensure that we prepare the country and the ministry well as we roll down now grade 9 in 2025. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to also ask the President, thank the President in the steps he's taking in addressing the reforms in the sugarcane sector. The many factors that now are alive and are working, and just ask him, ask the judiciary, because a factor like Nzoia is having problems because of the many cases that are in court. Our judiciary must also be pragmatic enough to ensure that some of these cases do not really stall for so long and disrupt the process of reforms in the sugar sector. Mr. Speaker, I just want to complete by saying President was clear that the country is on the right track. I just want to ask him that we have done so much, but so much is yet to be done. The many promises that we made,
Give him half a minute. Conclude in half a minute, please.
Why order? Mr. Speaker, I just want to complete by saying that the President was so clear that the country is on the right track, and I want to ask him that so much has been done, but so much is yet to be done, especially on the many promises that we made the people of Kenya, especially in terms of the completion of the stalled projects, the roads, and many other things. So I just want to ask him, he has our support. We must also go out of way to ensure that we really fulfill these promises that we made to our people. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable MP for Sotik, and then followed by MP for Ruiru and Gatundu. Honorable members, we have a session immediately after this. The new session that's going to start at 6:45, and I think all of you who are here, and the chair has taken note of you, will have the first opportunity to contribute on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. You have given me to address this House on the issue which is at hand, the national address of the President, which is enshrined in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to say from the onset that the speech by His Excellency the President was very clear, well balanced, and pragmatic. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention, because I listened from the word go, I want to mention that what impressed me, Mr. Speaker, was the tone of the speech. Number one, he said the state of the nation depends on individuals in this country and collective responsibility of all Kenyans. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, he also said that listening is a full-time occupation of leadership to carry people forward. Mr. Speaker, that was a very strong indication that the President was giving us hope. He told us where we have come from, where we are, and where we are going. Mr. Speaker, it was very clear. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention a number of areas which it came to my mind and I thought I should mention here. Number one, Mr. Speaker, was the issue of education system. The CPC, for example. Where I come from, Swatik, we have a problem with teachers, and it was reassuring, Mr. Speaker, to hear the President tell us that while we have employed 56,000 teachers, we are yet to employ 20,000 next year. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the TSC, while employing teachers, please look at those teachers who finished their college in 2009. In Swatik, we have very many of those cases, Mr. Speaker, and we would like that the TSC gives them a priority. Mr. Speaker, I want to say also Taifa Care. The Taifa Care, the SHA, the new model of system of health, I want to applaud the President. And I want to thank in Swatik, Mr. Speaker, we now have all the chiefs. Everybody is now working on the SHA. And I'm very sure we will be able to achieve what we want. I think all of us must work on this issue. Mr. Speaker, one area I would like to mention also is the issue of food security. Mr. Speaker, I come from an area where we have agriculture and livestock as a mainstay of the economy. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the President for addressing the issue of production by giving up subsidized fertilizer, because now, Mr. Speaker, what we are now seeing is that food is in plenty everywhere. The only worry we have, Mr. Speaker, now is about the prices of this maize, which will be produced in large numbers. And therefore, we will ask the President to make sure that we have the prices stabilized. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of KCC. The price of milk per liter now in Swatik is 50 shillings, and we want to see it going to 55. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the government to upgrade Swatik KCC to a higher grade, because now Swatik is a municipality, and we need to have that KCC plant upgraded to a higher grade so that we can have better salaries and also so that we can be able to absorb more milk. Mr. Speaker, on Adani, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the President. It was a good move. We support him, and we want to see that the JKIA, Mr. Speaker, is immediately done to a better standard, because we need to have a better airport, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to share on this speech of the head of state. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, may I start by appreciating the speech because it instilled hope into Kenyans. And what human beings require most to live is hope. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what inspired me most also is the President noting that there is a need to listen. And actually, he walked the talk. It is out of listening now that Adani deal is out of our way. If it were not for listening, Mr. Speaker, it had still been in our way. It is through education, Mr. Speaker, whereby we can able to uplift our economy and our well-being. And when the Kenya Kwanza government came, the first thing it did is to employ 56,000 teachers. And still, out of instilling hope into Kenyans, the President reminded us that he is going, or the government is going to employ another 20,000 teachers to improve the standard of education. And that is still a hopeful life which we need to have in this country. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a developing country, and we have industries coming in. The President mentioned and gave a lot of weight on TVET. We cannot be able to work in our industry if we have no capacity matters education, and the government is working on TVET per constituency, whereby the government facilitates, and he mentioned about the new budget, whereby all the TVETs in the constituency will be facilitated to be able to make good working team who can work in the country and out of the country. Mr. Speaker, it is good to note that Kenya is sending a lot of young ones out of this country. And the President mentioned about several BLMAs whereby we can have good engagement with other people out there so that Kenyans can work, improve their standard of living, and also improve the standard of living of their people down here through remittance, Mr. Speaker. Noting that he also mentioned about improving the rates of remittance of those people who are working outside this country. Mr. Speaker, on health, health is a crucial line which we cannot gamble with. And he mentioned about the new scheme whereby we need to adhere to so that we can improve our health, especially for those who are less benefiting from working. And on that, Mr. Speaker, for me, I say this to my fellow Kenyans, just register. Let's comment when you have registered. Don't talk when you have not registered, because you not benefit, you have not registered. And the strategy was put whereby people can be able to register, and then for other things follow. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about ICT. We are in the world of ICT, and the government is committed to creating ICT hubs. In RUTO, we have 2. And last Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, about 150 graduated, and now they can work outside the country where they are still here in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we should also commend the President because he mentioned about gender violence, which is critical. And if it's not looked into, then the country is not stable. But since the President talked about it, and we will continue supporting the President on the same, I think we will be able to live in this country well. Mr. Speaker, I know many things will be done, will be said, but if they are not acted on, then it will be futile. So let us concentrate, stick on what we were told, and then work on them, and all will be well for us as Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Gatunda South.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this debate regarding the State of the Nation address given by the President last Thursday. Mr. Speaker, we have talked about, or the President talked about fertilizer subsidy, because the President took a very bold step in walking the less walked path and made sure that we are not going to subsidize food or consumption, and instead we subsidize production. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2022, we had imported sugar worth $269 million. That is about 40 billion shillings. We had imported maize worth 24 billion shillings. This is now money that is in the pockets of Kenyans. This is money that has come back to this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the deficit in the balance of payment, from 2003, it has consistently come up from $0.89 billion US dollars to a whopping $10.55 billion in 2022. It is only in 2023 that the deficit in balance of payment went down to 9.53, almost $1 billion. This is because the biggest contributor after petroleum has been sugar, fertilizer, has been maize, and what a shame, Mr. Speaker, that we pride ourselves that our staple food is maize, and we're importing it from other countries. But, Mr. Speaker, this administration took the bold move to say that we shall no longer import maize. Right now, in our stores, we have 47 million bags, 90 kilograms bags. If you are to take that at 25 shillings, at 2,500 shillings, we have maize worth 117 billion shillings. If we did not have this, we would have been importing that value. And at the current rate of dollar, then you can see the amount of money that would have been contributing to the deficit in the balance of payment. Mr. Speaker, the President talked of the issue of housing. The story that has not been told about housing is that, you know, we have 14% of our GDP going to government and going to taxes. But the rest of the money, why Kenyans are not able to put food on the table is because the cost of housing is so high in this country. Mr. Speaker, we were trying, and the government is trying to dissuade private investors into going to building houses, because if you look at this country, the cost of housing is so high and housing is so lucrative. So everybody who has $1 million shillings, 100 million shillings in the bank will go and build a flat and only end up employing 2 people, a caretaker and a watchman. And that money should have gone into production. I was having lunch yesterday with the gentleman, and he told me he has sold his flat and went and started production in Kiserian. He's now employing 75 people with the same 100 million shillings that he had put up a flat in Kino. Mr. Speaker, when the nation takes over the work of housing people, then the private money is taken into production. We stop making housing lucrative, government takes it, and then private money is taken into production. That is how we are going to create employment. Because, Mr. Speaker, the government cannot employ people, but employment is created by the private sector. And how do you make private sector employ people? You create fiscal policies that will entertain and encourage people to put their money in what is able to create employment. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at how housing has been done in the past, we have been doing housing in a fashion that everything is tailor-made. Because when I'm doing a house in South B, I want my own windows, my own style of doors, my own style. But in this system, then production becomes easy because we're using the same doors, we're using the same hinges, we're using the same windows, and production becomes easy. This is a trend in all the developed world. Housing is a function of government. And Mr. Speaker, I have had the issue on education. And allow me to say this. I can see my time is coming to an end. Please add me 1 minute. So that I say this. On issue that has been vilified of education funding model, Mr. Speaker, it's a shame. You and I are people of means, and our children go to the same university where the people who cannot even afford to place a meal on the table are called to the same university and treated the same. You are asked to pay the same amount of money that that person who is at the lowest of.
You have half a minute, and then we.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I'll say is, even as if we listen to the tone of the president, he's a president who has now seen that we need to listen. He said we must listen to the people, and we listen to them. But we also need to be very careful that we do not vilify every project that the government comes up with. Because in the end, we, the people who are on social media and in the mainstream media who are vilifying this, need to know that we're also in this country. If this country collapses, and the success of this government is the success of every Kenyan. So I submit and I support the speech that was made by the president. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members, we are going to have a session shortly. And I have taken note of the fact that there are many members of parliament who have been sitting the whole afternoon here, the MP for Turkana Central, MP for Ikalemani, the MP Honorable Kiragu, Mazamzam, Nigori MP, Manduku, Ruwaida, Beatrice Zalachi, Mawade, Mishimboko, and a few others. The chair will make sure that you get an opportunity, a dialysis opportunity. And Chinali, of course, Chinali is there. All of you honorable members will get an opportunity, and it's likely that the same person is going to be on the chair. And under the circumstances, honorable members, the time being 6:35 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Monday, the 25th of November, the year 2024, at 6:45 p.m. So we have slightly more than 10 minutes to refresh up, and then we come back together and continue with another session.
Switch it off.